Good. We call to order the meeting of the Harwich Conservation Commission, 19th, 2022. Once again, this is a meeting. We have people here in person. We also have a number of attendees that are on the phone and online. Information, if anybody joining online, is available on our website, the Conservation Commission heading. We have a fairly heavy agenda tonight. Ask for your patience as we work through these items that we have to get to. The first item we have on the agenda is an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation for 45 Neal Road, which is map 16, parcel N1-41. Do we have here tonight to talk to this? Or online? If you're online, we can't hear your voice, your audio.
We can see you, Sean. Hang on.
Can you hear me now?
We can,
Yep.
thank you.
Hey, there we go. For the record, Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering, representing the applicant. We were here back on April 20th for this abbreviated notice of resource area delineation. If you remember, this is the house that's in the middle of the subdivision. The flood zone comes in around Sacratus Harbor, around the backside, and then comes in across the adjacent property and then fills in this hole here. So the question is whether or not this hole is a depression in the yard is a coastal bank. My argument was that this is not an elevated landform, as that is part of the definition of a coastal bank is that you need to have an elevated landform. The entire landform is elevated and elevated from the ocean. This would be the entire elevated landform surrounding this house with the depression in the backyard. It was one of the commissioner's opinion that we should get a legal opinion on this. So we continued to May 4th. And then we had issues with the electrical issues on May 4th. And so here we are back before you tonight. I don't know if Amy, you have received any legal opinion?
Ernie, would you like me to speak to that?
Yes, please, Amy.
So we didn't receive a legal opinion. What we received was counsel saying that this is more of a scientific question and not so much a legal opinion, as it's about how one defines the landform of a coastal bank, and they just referred us to Wetlands Policy 92-1, Wetlands Program Policy, Coastal Banks. So as I read that, and I've read it many a time, trying to wrap my head around it, because I do understand where you could think that this would be just flood zone. That I do agree that most of the land around this property is an elevated landform from Nantucket Sound, but when looking at the flood elevations of the area around it from Sacratus Harbor, there is a vein of low area that is floodplain that is contiguous until you get to this property. And until you get to this property in the back, from that one, not a stream, but picture it almost as if a stream bed, if you will, that's where it elevates. So I don't disagree with you that around most of this property is elevated landform, but I do see this as being contiguous with flood zone to Sacratus Harbor, and the definition does read, coastal banks are defined as the seaward face of any elevated landform other than a coastal dune, which lies at the landward edge of a coastal beach, land subject to tidal action or other wetland. Other wetland can be land subject to coastal storm flowage. But so my contention is that it is a coastal bank. However, with whatever application your client decides to come forward to us with, I think you have good grounds, being as it's so far removed from the actual wet area, that I would think that you have good grounds to request whatever the variances you wish or relief from certain of our other regulations.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking to the easiest, I don't want to have to recreate the wheel as far as trying to argue a coastal bank. There is a provision within your regulations that essentially states, under the standard sections, and I have it highlighted here, that essentially there's a presumption of significance for the following interests for a coastal bank: flood control, storm damage prevention, prevention of pollution, protection of shellfish, protection of fisheries. But it also says this presumption may be overcome by making a clear and convincing case showing the coastal bank in question does not play a significant role. And I think they, from the discussion we had last time, that were 4 of the commissioners were in agreement. I think there was a couple that didn't have any comments. That this does not play a significant role in any of those interests, including flood control or storm damage prevention, because essentially it's a hole in the backyard that was never filled in. So I wouldn't mind withdrawing this and coming forward as long as the commissioners, and I'd like to have their input, see fit that if we were to put a pool or an addition back here and fill in this hole, that it wouldn't have any impacts on the interests of flood control or storm damage. Obviously, it doesn't have any impacts on shellfish or fisheries or anything like that because it's so far removed from the ocean. I just want to make sure that I'm giving clear direction to my client before they're spending any good money for designing something and we come back before you.
So
Okay.
as a final comment, I stick by that I do think it's a coastal bank, but I agree with what Sean's saying. It's so far removed that for storm damage prevention, for other interests of coastal bank, this doesn't meet that. So I think you could grant them relief from some of your typical standards if they were to come forward.
Okay, all right, good, thank you, Amy. Let's have any questions from the commissioners. Wayne, do you want to start anything?
No, I don't. I question whether it's a coastal bank, but I think if everybody's happy with the situation of calling it a coastal bank, but giving the people some leeway when they come in, I'd go along with that. So.
Alan?
No comment.
John?
Yes, just a comment that it's pretty clear to me from reading Wetlands Program Policy 92-1 that it's unambiguous to me, I guess, that it is by definition a coastal bank, but I agree that it's an unusual situation and that when the time comes to consider permitting, that clearly there's not going to be effect on shellfish and not an effect on storm damage control, so we should take those things into consideration when it comes time to discuss permitting on the property.
Okay, good, thank you. Mark, any questions?
I have no remarks, thank you.
Okay, good. You all set?
Nothing.
Good. Yeah, I'm pretty much in agreement with what everybody has said so far. I think that, any damage that comes from flooding is going to impact so many homes, properties behind this one that, by the time it reaches this coastal bank would be in a pretty dire situation. So I'm in agreement with what Amy has said. And with that, do we need to have any sort of a motion on this? Or?
If Sean, now would be the time if Sean would request to withdraw without prejudice, and we could withdraw this close this out, and then he can pursue the next one.
So just for clarification, I would be coming forward before you with a request for determination of applicability, if Amy, you saw that fit for the avenue, because I wouldn't see that that this would be applicable to the Wetland Protection Act interests moving forward, and that's the avenue we would come forward with, would be an RDA.
I'd be interested in seeing the plan before I definitively weigh in on that.
Okay, fair enough. All right, then, with that being said, unless there's any other comments in the effort to move this thing forward, we'll officially request a withdrawal of this application without prejudice.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Sean.
You need to vote on that, though, to
We do need to
allow
have a
him to
motion
do
on
that. Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion to allow the request for wetland resource area delineation to be withdrawn without prejudice.
So moved.
Going- All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who seconded?
Second.
Thank Thank you.
John probably made the motion, and then Mark seconded it.
So 5.
Thank you.
Cool.
Next
Thank
item
you.
on the agenda.
Very good, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is a request for a determination of applicability for 51 Deep Hole Road, map 17, parcel A1-40. Install a patio, stepping stones, and reconfigure the driveway, right?
Yes. Again, we were deferred from also April 30th, to get a more detailed mitigation plan for the whiners. So I did revise that, so it wasn't just a broad scope, and we put the plants in place and turned in a revised landscape design.
Okay. Good. And Amy, you've reviewed that.
I have, so, the area that they were proposing previously was a clover mix. They've now shown shrub plantings on the plan. I think they're applicable shrubs for this area, and it will add nicely to the habitats and species diversity there. So now with the revised plan for and then the installation of the patio and stepping stones and reconfiguring the driveway, I would recommend approval with a -3 determination.
All right. Questions from the commissioners? Wayne, any?
No, I'm all set.
No?
I'm all set.
John?
Nothing?
Wayne? Mark, rather?
I don't.
John? Thanks, Dan. I have no comments, so can we have a motion on this, please?
I'll move to approve the request for determination of applicability for 51 Deep Hole Road, map 17, parcel A1-40.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we're good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will have this out to you in the next couple days.
Yep.
Do you want to pick it up, or do you want us to mail it?
I can pick it up.
Okay.
You just send me a
Call you.
message. Yeah, great.
Call or email you, yep.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry about last time.
Next item on the agenda, a request for determination of applicability for 2 Harvest Hollow Road, map 23, parcel C4-2 for a deck expansion. Good evening.
How are you? If I do something wrong, let me know. I've never done this before, so.
Just introduce yourself and,
My name is Tadri Domagala. I'm the owner of the home.
okay, great, and just explain the
So,
initiative for us.
we're interested in expanding the deck, about, God, I wish I had written down all the numbers. It's, I think, about 140 square feet of additional decking, heading away from the wetland, as determined by, on the plot plan, there is an old cranberry bog, holding pond. That's what I think we're determining as the wetland. And so the deck is actually staying against the house, but moving away from that.
Closer toward the wetland,
No, further away.
further away.
So it's just an expansion of the current deck that's on the house, and, yeah.
Amy, comments?
Okay. We had a little bit of back and forth
Yes.
at the very beginning.
Yes.
And just wanted to kind of follow up on that. So you say it's about 140 square feet of additional square footage. So we can either go with that, or, because I think actually maybe the whole total is 140 square feet. That's even outside of our jurisdiction, which is a 100-foot buffer. Because your walkway extends landward of that. So I think what actually might be in our jurisdiction might be a little low, or it might be a little lower, I'm not sure. We don't know exactly, so if we don't know what the number is, we can't tell you how much you need to mitigate for.
What I calculated was, if I remember correctly, was 144 square feet.
Okay,
That's the new decking, because we're removing a piece that was already there
all right,
and just expanding on that same level.
yeah,
But the distance to the wetland, I believe, is 109 feet from the top of the holding pond bank to the corner of the larger portion of the deck, or the new extension of the deck.
I have your 100-foot buffer going through your house.
Well, this is the email that we discussed
Okay.
And I was trying to understand what the wetland was defined as. And the only thing that I could determine was the wetland was the holding pond, which was part of the farmer's.
I see that.
Yeah,
So
and
I-
that was the,
Oh.
I think that's what, the email that we exchanged, and,
Yeah.
because it wasn't on the first, I think, application or the first plot plan. It was
Okay.
amended and then provided back to you.
What we have is the top of, it's not the holding pond bog. There is an associated coastal bank as a result of it being floodplain
Okay?
landward at that. So near where it says lot 27 on your plan.
Yep, okay.
It says top of coastal bank as a result of sand excavation. That would technically be your edge of wetland, putting your deck at 83.7
Okay.
feet away.
All right, I wasn't sure with that.
We can work around that. So what we would basically require is that double the amount of new square footage of hardscape, because you're in the 50 to 100 foot buffer to the wetland. So 2 times that much, so roughly 280. We do require is mitigation. Usually that's in the way of replanting an area. I also understand that this is an old cranberry bog and a wetland pond to it, which is now in the process of naturalizing as the bog is no longer farmed. So it is a valuable wetland, albeit man-made. So I think on the surface, it would be really simple with some, 280 square feet plus or minus of mitigation to permit your expansion of deck. But I do want to chat about the fencing.
Okay.
So the post and rail fence that's along the edge of your property
Amy,
line
can we,
towards the,
should we take these separately?
I think they're all,
Because, I have questions with respect to the first issue as well.
Okay.
It's mentioned that there's a walkway, and I don't know if he's redoing the walkway. That
Yeah.
should be part of the mitigation.
that's true. So we
So-
did see intermittent stones kind of there, but it
Yes.
looks like you're having a more formalized walkway, which also would count as hardscape.
Right, okay. At this juncture, we're not planning on doing the walkway. So
Okay,
it would be a future application.
okay,
It's, the plan for that, when we finally get around to it, is to use like a pea stone, so a porous material
Yeah.
with some stones that my
You could
father-in-law.
incorporate it into
Could,
this
yeah.
application,
Okay.
and then you'd have 3 years to do it,
Okay,
Yeah.
essentially.
okay, all right.
yeah, so that could be an option for
Don't
you.
have the money for it right now, but
It's cheaper to do it that way, too.
that's true.
The only reason I was mentioning the fence is I thought we could tie in potentially some mitigation as well as restoration in
Okay,
that
that-
vein.
That's fine.
The post and rail fence that's at the far edge of your property closest to the bog, that's been there for quite a long time.
The post and rail has been there for, I don't even know how long. It's
So-
longer than I've known.
Yep.
which
And
is
then your
10 years.
picket, it was mentioned, the new picket fence went in the fall.
Yes,
So, my suggestion to the commission is that they remove the post and rail fence, now that that bog is no longer an active bog, that they remove that post and rail fence, which is literally right at the top of the coastal bank. We did notice some yard debris being kind of dumped behind your picket fence between there and the post and rail, cleaning that up.
okay.
Potentially doing some of your plantings in there, cause it seems pretty bare, and working that in somehow as some mitigation. So I think with a little bit of massaging, we can hopefully come up with something that works for the commission and them, so.
And the picket fence?
We can talk about it, cause they would be removing a fence that is grandfathered in essence, closer to the wetland. The picket does have wildlife from moving. We typically require fences. First of all, we don't allow fences anywhere within the 50-foot normally of a coastal bank, and you're well within that with the new fence.
Okay.
At minimum, we would require fencing to be elevated off the ground to allow for wildlife to move. So, yeah, it's something we can chat about.
Okay.
That's all I have for now. I don't have a recommendation of approval just yet on this one, so I think there's some things we have to figure out.
All right. Let's see if there are any other questions from the commissioners. Wayne?
No,
Alan?
no.
John?
No, No, I don't have anything at this point.
Okay, Mark,
I have no questions.
Stan, you good?
Yeah, I don't understand the fence. I mean, are we saying we should allow a fence within the 50?
I view it as taking a fence that's been there for a very long time because of the bog, taking that fence, which is closer to the wetland, out, but letting them keep another one.
Another,
That's farther, but at that one, which is farther back, still within the 50, but farther.
but a split rail fence, not a,
We can talk about that, or somehow
Because again, that-
raising the one that is currently there.
Yeah, the
so-
reason for the picket fence was, we have a dog, and we have a few families of coyotes that are in
I
the
understand.
wetlands right now, so
But-
we were more concerned about the coyotes deciding to play with
but
the
all
dog.
fences should have space for wildlife to be able to move.
Or be
freely.
outside the 50,
Pardon?
or be outside the 50
Yeah.
foot buffer.
I mean, essentially looking at, so the post and rail you say has been there for a long time?
Yeah, I've been in the family for 10 years, and as long as I've been there, that post and rail has been in existence, all right?
Okay.
I walk back there periodically, but
Yeah.
quite honestly,
I mean,
there's not.
it looks in its good condition, so.
It's missing a few bits and pieces, I
Is it?
think,
Okay.
but,
And then the picket fence was put in
yeah, in the fall.
in the fall, okay. Yeah, I guess my feelings on this is that we have the requirement for the no disturb zone just for that reason, because it shouldn't have any structures in it. And if I remember the lot correctly, the picket fence, there's a planting area between the house and the picket fence.
Yes,
Yeah, so you could actually move the picket fence to the other side of the planting area, and I think you would be out right on the 50-foot buffer zone line,
okay.
which would be preferable for us. That way you don't have to worry about 6 inches. We wouldn't require,
You could-
well, it's even in the with 0 to 100.
It's a policy to have our fences elevated, but if it is purely to encompass lawn area, leave the natural area
Yeah.
natural, I think you could find a way to,
Yeah,
allow it.
that would be the preferable approach from my perspective. So move the picket fence back, you can leave it right to ground level, protect your dog from the
Yeah.
coyotes,
Yeah.
but put it on the 50-foot line.
Okay, so, all right, I'll have to get with where the 50-foot line is, but,
yeah,
okay.
we can talk, but it is shown, 50-foot buffer to top of coastal bank on your plan.
Okay,
It is kind of strange in the west side of your property because of the coastal bank coming up, that your 50 kind of encroaches, but,
Yeah.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's close, within a couple of feet or so, I don't think, but it protects the lawn area, I think you're all right.
okay.
So, that's my thought, so it sounds like there's some more work that you want to do before you come back?
What exactly do I need to do, I guess?
So-
I'm speaking from, my builder is kind of the,
Yeah, so, right now, we need to know a definitive number of hardscape within the 100, and that would, if you wanna pursue just the deck and the steps, that's fine. And I would recommend, like Ernie did, that you do incorporate the walkway and just do it once. So, whatever square footage that is, you'd have to double and show mitigation. Talk with me offline, so, what you're looking at is like a 2-week continuance. Talk with me offline, and we can plot out where your fence would be relocated to comply.
okay,
I'm happy to come out sometime next week and meet on the site with you.
okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
So our next available meeting is June 1st.
Okay.
And, yeah, it'll be Monday or Tuesday potentially of next week. I'll email you tomorrow.
Okay. Okay,
All right, thank you.
all right.
So,
Sorry that I didn't have all the information. I think the builder would have done a better job there than I would have.
it's good to have homeowner involvement, though.
Well, I was good to come. I just, it's his anniversary today, so he said,
He has an excuse, it's okay.
wife or you, and said, go with the wife.
Made the right choice.
All right, so we need a continuance for him till June 1st, please.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Good, thank you. All right.
Need a vote.
Get a vote on the continuance.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I'll move to continue to Harvest Hollow Road, map 23, parcel C4-2 to June 1.
Second.
Second, June 2nd, isn't it?
No.
June 1st? June 1st, thank you. And Mark seconded it, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Okay, motion passes. Next item on the agenda, notice of intent for 4 Salt River Lane, map 4, parcel A1-B2 for a deck expansion, walkway, and plantings. Good evening.
This is Mr. Bonica, the owner.
Hi, nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
Do you want me to
Yeah, if you wouldn't
describe
mind.
where we're at? No problem.
Where we're
I
at,
know
because
you
this is a
guys-
continuance, yeah.
So this was a continuance, because essentially we wanted to talk about proper placement of mitigation plantings for this project, and what species would be used. So we did provide, Mr. Bonica and I met on site with his builder and talked about what would work better where. And what we came up with is, instead of like the 5 trees that were gonna be against the property line over here, we picked a mix of trees and shrubs. Because the area is actually somewhat populated already with some trees. You don't wanna put, the trees are gonna compensate or have issues with canopy. So a mixture of trees and shrubs on that property line, giving some nice diversity as well as some screening for Mr. Bonica. And then, agreeing with some inkberry along the front, we can, actually add where Mr. Bonica has a landscaped area, there is room, there's bare area to mitigate there, with some St. John's wort and inkberry and sheep laurel in the corner. So with that, actually, the area for the shrubs and the trees compensates for the extra slight bit of deck as well as the walkway. So with this augmentation, I would recommend approval of his request for minor expansion.
Okay, thank you. Questions from Commissioners. Wayne, do you have anything?
No, I do not.
All righty. Alan?
No.
Okay. John?
No questions?
Mark?
No questions.
Dan, anything?
No, thank you.
The only question I had was, at the last meeting, I think there was some discussion about the 5 trees at the top of the, I guess it would be in the northeast
Mm-hmm.
and edge of the property, and whether or not that would really constitute mitigation or not.
When I went out to the site, I looked at it, and it is, there's only 1 or 2 species in there right now, so I thought creating a denser, because you actually have a denser buffer as you go towards the water, and then it's kind of sparse here. I do see some value in adding some more density and species diversity to that, and I think that would outweigh, you know, basically egress around the house. So that's up to the commission.
Okay, no, I have no, I just wanted clarification on that, so it's been taken into consideration then from your perspective. Okay, good. So I have no other questions, or I should be asking if there's any questions from the audience on this? No? All right, so can we have a motion, please?
I'll move to approve the notice of intent for 47 Sacratus Bluffs.
No.
For Salt River
No,
Lane.
I'm jumping the gun here, sorry.
I'm sure they wouldn't mind, though.
Yeah, I'm sure they wouldn't. Pardon me. I'll move to approve the notice of intent for 4 Salt River Lane, map 4, parcel A1B2.
Can we have a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Wayne, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Yep.
Hey, John, help if I could.
Next item on the agenda is, as John said, 47 Sacratus Bluffs Road, notice of intent for beach access stairs. Do we have someone representing proponents tonight?
It should be, well, O'Leary Landscaping brought in a mitigation plan, but he just left. The applicant, I believe, was David Clark. David Clark, if you're calling in and not zooming in, or you have to star 6. I don't see your initials there, though.
I don't see any calling people either.
All right, let's put this off. I'm gonna make a note to put this towards the end in case he's held up at another conservation meeting or something somewhere.
All right,
So
fine.
let's do this at the end of the notices of intents.
All right. Moving on then, next item is a notice of intent for 41 Nons Road, map 5, parcel W1-19 for a pier ramp float and dredging.
We did have an easel. Oh, there is one back there, if you want it.
You want to mark?
That works too.
Is it in the way of anybody if I leave it here?
Not me, Jamie, is that gonna be fine?
It'll be fine for now.
And I do have a laser pointer that I stole from my cat, so I can point out if need be.
I have one.
What? Okay. Good evening. So for the record, my name is Mark Burgess with Shorefront Consulting. I'm an ocean engineer by degree with approximately 22 years of experience designing docks and piers. So this is our second in-person hearing, and Brian's going to provide a summary. So we have a number of people who are going to talk to you tonight. Basically, we had one hearing and continued it out of courtesy to the OCPI Association. We we submitted a bunch of revised materials. I'm not going to go into detail because it is part of the record. There was a plan change and a lot of other supplemental information to address some questions. And then most recently, there was a revised materials change that was mostly regarding the mitigation plan, which has been an ongoing development between ourselves and OCPI and Amy. We've worked really hard behind the scenes to address all of the questions brought up from the Oyster Creek Association, and the project is better because of it. So we do thank them for their efforts, and we believe that we've addressed all of their questions. So I'm going to answer or address the design. So the dock is 41 feet long. It only has 3 piles, a monopile design with 2 piles at the end. The whole design extends, pier ramp and float extends 61 feet beyond mean high water. The dock itself is only 41 feet long though. And all of the dock is on the beach. So at low tide, all of the dock is on the beach. It doesn't extend below the low tide line. So when the ramp and floats are removed, there's nothing there. The dock isn't in the water at low tide. It's elevated 1.25 times above the beach, exceeding their current regs. The Chapter 91 public access is provided because we have 5 feet of clearance to the underlying structural member. Because of that, and because the public is allowed to pass under in that circumstance, we only need 1 set of access steps to get to the beach. Currently, the access is to the west of the existing bulkhead, and I'll get into that later, but that's going to be restored. So yes, so the steps replace existing beach access on the west end of the bulkhead. We have a 20-foot ramp, a 6-foot by 6-foot wide by 24-foot long float, which totals 144 square feet where 200 is allowed by the bylaws. The float is 24 feet long to provide side-to-side stability for such a narrow float and to increase safety. Because obviously the shorter the float, when it's narrow, it becomes like a cork. And if 1 or 2 people stand on one side of the dock, you need that mass to keep it from tipping too much when it's only 6 feet wide. A 10 by 20 float is like a floating deck, but not so when 6 foot wide. And that was done because of the Waterways Committee wanted us to pull the dock in 3 feet from the first Waterways hearing, so it's as short as it can be. So the next part of the project is dredging. We're proposing 65 cubic yards of dredging. All of the dredging is more than 25 feet away from any salt marsh. It allows for 3 feet on all sides of the float, where only 2.5 feet is currently required. We are dredging only to reach the existing channel. There's no encroachment into the existing channel, and the boat is currently 8 feet wide. The outer gunnel will sit 5 feet from the current edge of channel. Matt, I believe, is online to address any questions you might have on the Shellfish survey. That's Matt Creighton from BSC Group. I just want to point out that normally when we have a new dock, the presence of shellfish is a concern because we're worried that, that the dock might have a negative impact to shellfish. In this case, the shellfish presence is a good thing. It proves that the dredging doesn't have a negative impact on the habitat, because I guess the last time it was dredged was 2019, I think. So obviously the shellfish resource has rebounded despite the dredging. So the dredging hasn't had a negative impact on the shellfish. And of course, the dock is designed to specifically exclude any negative impacts for shellfish. There's no salt marsh under this dock. It's only coastal beach. So the mitigation has been the result of a lot of work. It's the most part of the project that's changed since we originally filed. The design hasn't changed at all. Lindsay will get into the mitigation portion of it. It includes restoration of a bank area, which is about 1,100 square feet, elimination of the existing beach access and restoration of that area on the west part of the bulkhead. 250 square feet of new marsh to augment what's existing there now, and the removal of a retaining wall, which is a structure within the 50-foot zone with 560 square feet of plantings. So questions regarding the mitigation will be addressed with Lindsay. And then, so the project before you meets all of the design criteria of all of your bylaws. It exceeds many of the regulations currently in place. And we are asking for a variance from the town designated shellfish area for siting a dock in a town designated shellfish area. And as you're well aware, this variance has been granted up to, I think it's 14 times now since 2003, which indicates that the structures are designed properly to avoid negative impacts to shellfish. And Mr. Wall, Attorney Wall can speak to that. We did receive comments from Division of Marine Fisheries, and their one request was to employ a time of year restriction from January 15th to May 31st, which is consistent with their other projects with the either winter flounder or the other spawning habitats that they want to avoid impacts to. It's a standard comment letter. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you, right? Because you were supposed to.
Lindsay should go next,
Yeah?
I think, yeah.
Okay, weren't you supposed to speak first?
Yes, I was.
I'm sorry, I went right over you.
I think Lindsay should speak next about the mitigation.
Okay, Lindsay? I'll step out of the way. I'm sorry, but,
That's all right, back clean up.
okay. Can't see behind me.
So the mitigation is consistent with what we've done in the past. We've adjusted, consistent with, again, requests from commission, and we've found that the creation of marsh in that location and the removal of the access will do more than enough to mitigate from any negative impacts possibly that the project would have. Once everything is done, we'll be revegetating our way out, so that it's largely stable now, and when everything's done, it'll be equally so at completion.
Good. Thank you.
Matt, if you're on board here, if you have anything you'd like to say now about the shellfish survey, or just address questions, whichever.
I'll just address questions. I think we went over all the numbers and stuff the last time. I can do a quick rundown if the commission wants it, but I'll hold on and answer questions as needed, I suppose.
Given the time since we last heard from you, why don't you go ahead and just give us a quick rundown on that?
Sure. So we found 43 shellfish total, all quahogs, out of 61 plots. So 23 out of the 61 plots had shellfish. Essentially, you know, like Mark said, we did find the shellfish population out there. However, this area has been dredged in the past fairly recently, so it was good to find the number of quahogs out there that we did find. Just kind of shows you that we had good flushing in and out of this area, especially with the dredging, and they seem to rebound quite quickly. But other than that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay. All right, thank you. Amy, comments?
I think, I do have questions, but I think
Yeah,
you wanted to finish up, Ryan?
If I may,
Sorry.
no, it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. I'm going to be very brief. I only have a couple of points to make, and I'll try not to repeat anything that Mark already said. So for the record, my name's Brian Wall. I'm an attorney, and I represent the applicants in this case, Beth and Andy Pye. Beth is here tonight in the audience. I want to just reiterate the first point is that this project, we contend respectfully, complies insofar as it meets or exceeds all applicable bylaws and regulations with the exception of the shellfish. And with regard to the shellfish variance, our point is kind of a nuanced one, which is to say that we know that it's a discretionary permit, that you have discretion to say yes or no to that. But you have said yes 14 other times, and we're not saying that because of that you have to say yes this time. But we are saying that the commission should act consistently and uniformly, and the site conditions here are similar to the other projects that variances were granted. And as Mark said, the design standards have improved over time. So we would respectfully suggest that the variance is warranted in this case. The second point I want to make is just to highlight the mitigation. And this kind of dovetails with the third point I want to make about OCPI. We have been working cooperatively with them, and because of their input, we have modified the mitigation to include 250 square feet of salt marsh that was not initially proposed. And again, I'm going to get into that in another second, but what I want to highlight is that at the first hearing, it came to everyone's attention that the landscaper that the Pies rather recently hired had engaged in some unpermitted activity on the bank. And so that is being fully restored as part of this project, and we met with staff and discussed the square footage that she felt was appropriate, and that's shown on the plan. In addition to the restoration, we're showing the mitigation plantings, and where they are is where we proposed initially, where we thought they would be best as far as environmental is concerned. But we're also proposing some over by the westerly end of the property, kind of where the bulkhead wall takes a right angle turn. And the reason we're doing that is that there's some erosion in that particular area, and we think that some of it is due to foot traffic going back and forth to the beach. And so the idea of that mitigation planting is twofold. It's one, to provide the square footage that you want to see as far as planting is concerned, but also to create a symbolic kind of barrier to human foot traffic, and we're hoping that that will therefore reduce the erosion that's occurring over there. And also mentioned before, there is shellfish mitigation proposed. There's $6,000 worth of seed being proposed. And I know that money doesn't buy permits. I certainly am not making that point. But I think it's important to mention that between all of the mitigation that's being proposed, it does come up to about $20,000. So this is a serious project insofar as mitigation is concerned. The third and the last point that I want to make is just to let you know, and Mark alluded to this a little bit, that we have been trying to work as cooperatively as we can with Oyster Creek Preservation. I know tonight Arlene is in the audience, and I think some of the members. So when this first started, when we filed, we were contacted by them, and they asked us to postpone the application by 30 days so that they could look into it and project. And we didn't agree to that, but we did try to meet them halfway. And what we did was we asked, and I told Attorney Quirk before the hearing that I would ask for a 30-day continuance to provide them adequate time, and we did do that. And that put us kind of around, I think, April 2nd or so was when we were supposed to have our next hearing. But as Mark alluded to, there's been a lot of back and forth with them. I know Arlene, I work with her sometimes. We've communicated back and forth in correspondence through attorneys, through consultants, and we provided They then asked for more information. They also asked us to consider modifications to the project. And I'm not going to go over all the details because it's beyond the purview, but I would say to you that we've tried to meet them where we could. And that's where the salt marsh came from. There was no original proposal for salt marsh, and that's what we came up with. But at the end of the day, I think what it really kind of comes down to is that where we have disagreement, and I think that you'll hear this when you go to public comment, that OCPI is asking that there be salt marsh planted through the entire footprint, like at the base of the bulkhead. And we did ask for a further continuance. That's why we're here in May instead of April. And we had our consultants, Lindsay looked at it, Mark looked at it, and our professional opinion is that the marsh would not survive in the particular area because of the depth. And that's why we're not proposing it. But I think you're going to hear OCPI ask you to impose it as part of a condition. But the other reason we don't want to propose it is that if we were to do it, and I'm outside of my purview, I'm just repeating what I've been told by consultants, is that there would have to be some fill brought in, and it would have to be brought up a little bit so that the salt marsh would survive. And if that's done, and if there were a storm or some sort of catastrophic event and it broke loose, we think that that would be more harmful to the environment than to have the salt marsh. So at the end of the day, we decided not to propose salt marsh along the base of the bulkhead, but we did propose 250 square feet on the westerly side where there's some existing marsh to try to build up the marsh that's over there. And also at the end of the day, if you run the numbers, we're proposing all of the mitigation that's required by the project and all of the restoration that's required by the unpermitted activity. So we suggest that this is a good project and is worthy of your approval. And those were my points.
But I'd just like to add one other thing. I know I said this at the first hearing, but I'll say it again. So as an ocean engineer, what I'm saying about the Oyster Creek area in this particular location is hydrodynamically speaking, before these bulkheads were put in, there's one on either side. We had actively eroding coastal banks that were providing large amounts of sediment into the system. And that's why that part of Oyster Creek was always like a speed bump, if you remember, before it was dredged. So then they dredged it out. The bulkheads went in. So the bulkheads stopped the immediate introduction of sediment. Now, the sediment that's in front of the bulkheads, if it's higher than mean low water, just by gravity, that sand is going to, soil, sediment, whichever, is going to want to naturally migrate to the channel. But the bulkhead is stopping any new sediment from entering into the system. So naturally, the beach is going to drop, which it has done. We see this in all kinds of projects where you have especially a vertical structure. However, as the beach continues to lower, the slope gets less and less. So the tendency for these to try to transport themselves from the bulkhead all the way to the channel becomes less and less and less. And that's why we absolutely do not want to take the risk of adding any more sediment in front of this wall, because if the plantings fail, then guess where that sediment's going to go in a quick amount of time. So any marsh in front of the bulkhead isn't going to function as a marsh. It doesn't have any upstream fine sediments to nourish it, and we just don't believe it's going to work. And it would be much more detrimental, especially if it failed. So that was all I wanted to say about that. And Amy? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Quick clarification question for Matt and or Mark first. So you do say, that where you're proposing to dredge has been dredged previously and that you found shellfish there. It appears based on your survey that it's only the outer part of the seaward part of your dredge limit that is within the navigable channel, so that should have been the only area that was dredged previously. So your shellfish survey encompasses that as well as the rest of the area which has never been dredged. You might have seen a little bit, I did look at your profile too, and it looks pretty close to the edge of your dredge footprint, like they dredged in the middle and then there was some slumping, which is typical. But just for and clear, if I'm wrong, let me know, but not all of this area has been dredged before.
Well, it was in 26?
I mean, last 10 years, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so, I went through a lot of this along with them, and my, thoughts have changed kind of over the project as well. So overall, let me go through the bullet points that I put in my summary for you. The project, it has been determined by the Waterways Committee as well as the Harbor Master that this project would not have an adverse impact on navigation. The project, these are my points, is not over salt marsh, and it's at 25 feet from the salt marsh, so will not have an impact on salt marsh. The project meets our design criteria, I think existing and future, which was just passed at town meeting, which will go into effect hopefully later this summer. The project should not cause scour to the already headed coastal bank, nor pile scour, as this is an embayment and not a river with any type of velocity. There are shellfish present. It is mapped shellfish habitat by the town. They are proposing dredging, and the material that proposed to be dredged is of a mixed quality. They are proposing mitigation in many forms. Shellfish seeding, which is what we typically require of any dock and pier, as well as additional salt marsh planting and planting on the bank, and to planting the area that cut place. So let me go back to we've talked a lot about the marsh planting at the toe of the bulkhead. At first, before I really kind of reviewed it too much, I said that's a really neat idea. I still think it's a neat idea. I don't think long-term it will feasibly remain there without constantly, and you're talking a narrow band at best, I think, of salt marsh. That would be at the base there. And I think the amount of potential you'd have to have brought in to raise that elevation, also to keep that, because as tides and sea levels rise, it's going to get more inundated. So I think at best, I just don't see it as working in the long term. The marsh would have nowhere to migrate. I do think, while I appreciate the looking into that, I think the other mitigation is more important to this. And I think, so overall, my recommendation is approval of the project. I understand it is within mapped shellfish habitat, and they did find shellfish. However, I think when you look at what environmentally you are gaining from this project, from salt marsh, from the removing of some lawn plant natives, from the shellfish mitigation, which I understand is kind of a one-time or 3-year shot deal, but the amount of shellfish mitigation provided is astronomical compared to the area. I think overall you're looking at a net benefit of this project compared to, you're looking at it, in my opinion, you're looking at a net benefit of the project to the area.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Since we have a number of attendees from the association and their representative here, then Consultant Riley, would you like to speak?
Good evening. Arlene Wilson, A.M. Wilson Associates, here for the Oyster Creek Preservation, Inc. Mr. Cork, the project counsel for OC, realizes he is recovering from a COVID bout and can't be here this evening. So the major point of controversy that I guess is left is about the shellfish, about the salt marsh construction. The concern that I have based on the current plans is that the area they show on sheet 1 of the mitigation for salt marsh construction, if you compare that with the BSC site survey, you find that about half that area is salt marsh. So because it's not called out in the mitigation plot. There is some concern on my part, having worked with contractors who are not familiar with this kind of work, is that they'll dig up what's already there in order to put in what they're supposed to put in. It's a real problem, and the plans need to clarify that. I also believe that although the plot that's shown in the mitigation plan may be 240 plus or minus square feet, the amount that is not already salt marsh is closer to 140. So you're not getting everything that you're supposed to be getting here. And it's going to leave a hole in the salt marsh as you cross what is shown as the extension of the property line. So there's a divot that extends over the property line from erosion at the end of that bulkhead return. They're proposing planting up what's on their side, but leaving what's on the other side. And having been involved in some discussions with the owner, Mr. Dunn, he would certainly be amenable to allowing the planting to cross that property line and fill in the divot that the wall has created. In addition to that, the construction details on sheet 2 are not relatable to the site plan. I know they're theoretical, they're general construction details. You give this to a contractor and both sheets, and the sheets don't match, there's going to be a lot of head scratching. Even the coconut fiber rolls that are supposed to new salt marsh together while it grows are on different sides from the site plan to the detail sheet. The detail sheet doesn't show the contractor how this thing should be built either. There's no elevation information. So although the elevation of the beach may change between now and the time that they go to build, you want to tell the contractor what the surface elevation is supposed to be in the marsh plot. If you don't tell them, everybody's doing work by eye. You don't know when you go out to give it a certificate of compliance what he's supposed to have built. You can't tell whether he's done it right or not. The contractor can't tell whether he's done it right or not when he's building it. And the chances of success are really minimal. So we're not asking to deny the project. We're asking for you to get a set of plans that describe what it is that's really going to happen, where it's going to happen, and how it's going to happen. My experience, and I've designed and supervised marsh construction in Barnstable. My experience is that Alterniflora wants to be where it is a great deal of the day. If this area is going to be built at or around the high water mark, that's the wrong place. You want to have Spartina patens in that kind of a situation, not Alterniflora. The description, the text of the mitigation says that the coconut fiber rolls are going to be 20 inches in diameter. The detail sheet says it's going to be 12 inches in diameter. I mean, there are all these little things, they just don't work. So I think that in order to ensure that it's going to work, you need to get the applicant to come back with a site plan that reflects the existing conditions that are shown on the survey as far as where the existing salt marsh is, what the grades are currently, where that marsh is, the new marsh is going to be placed. As I think a call to Mr. Dunn would show that the 240 square feet could be, of new marsh, could be accomplished by filling in the rest of that divot that's over his property line. My preference would be that you require a planting strip of salt marsh, not at the toe of the wall, but out from the toe of the wall, where you actually could use alternate flora because it will be flooded enough of the time. That would not require fill. On the other hand, they could, in fact, take the dredge spoil and put it between that salt marsh band and the toe of the wall. It wouldn't, it's not much in terms of the amount of dredging, and so it wouldn't be very deep spread across that area. The salt marsh strip would hold it in place, would save them the money of finding a place to dispose of the dredge spoil, and it would provide a place for the salt marsh grass to invade. It would also ensure that there would not be any more down cutting on that beach. And to the extent that the area continues to cut down, the habitat for shellfish disappears. So it would have a number of benefits. By reducing the width of the area of planting to something like 4 feet or standard blanket that they produce for these things, it would greatly reduce the amount of salt marsh that we're proposing that you get from mitigation. But the benefit would be substantial, we believe.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments from the audience? All right, hearing none, let's turn to the commissioners. Any comments, the questions that we have here? Let's start with Wayne, please.
I think it's a good-looking plan. Just mentioned a few discrepancies. Perhaps they need to bring in a new plan and address those. It sounded like there was stuff either missing or not quite correct. I'm not sure.
I can answer that if you
Okay,
like.
go ahead.
What LCPI probably doesn't realize is that Lindsay Strode is the contractor for this project. That's, he and I have developed the details. We developed where the marsh was gonna go, the plan. Yeah, the details are general details. I mean, he doesn't need any of that to do what he needs to do. He's the one expert that I know that's been successful in marsh plantings, both in this area and in Chatham. So he clearly knows what to do, and maybe LCPI was not aware of that, and he can explain to answer everything that Arlene said perfectly, if you'd like him to.
Well, that being said, I think it's a good plan.
Thanks, Wayne. No?
Based on that update, I agree the same.
Okay. John, questions?
Okay, so this is a complicated set of arguments in my view. There's like 3 different points of view being expressed here, which I'd like to summarize briefly, just to double check, make sure I heard what everybody was saying. We're proposing in a plan that is drawn up here to do some marsh planting here, and you're proposing to plant alterniflora. Amy, I believe, and tell me if I've got this wrong, is suggesting that none of this is actually going to work. The marsh planting.
No, I would say that the planting that would enhance and a little bit add to the existing marsh on the property line would work. And I would definitely, because we're talking about this property, you're not talking about the neighbors, but if the neighbors want to participate, great. I'm saying if you were to do a strip of plantings along the toe of the bulkhead of frontage, I question its viability over a little bit of time.
So you agree, at least in general, with the plan that we're discussing here, specifically on sheet 2.
Yeah, I mean, I want the clarification about the
mitigation.
12 or 20-foot roll, but that's something we can talk about.
Lindsay can answer that.
Yeah, we don't need that right this second, but maybe after we discuss. But, yes, I'm in agreement with where they want to, and like you said, it's not, the 200 proposing for marsh planting is a mix of enhancing what's there, because it is patchy in places, and adding to it.
Okay, so then Arlene Wilson is saying that she thinks generally the idea is a good idea, but has a bunch of arguments about the details, one of which is that you're planting the wrong thing there. And I haven't heard a counter argument about that. The argument I heard was Lindsay knows what he's doing, which I think we need a little bit more than that. I'm
Sure.
not to put down Lindsay, but I think we need to understand what's going on here.
He's right here.
That's all.
He's right.
Mr. Ketchum, could I respond to that?
Sure.
So I'm a layperson when it comes to this kind of thing, so I think maybe to understand what's proposed is chronologically. When the project was presented the first time, there was no salt marsh proposed. We didn't think it was needed. We met all the numbers by planting shrubs and grasses up on the upland. But when OCPI, Oyster Creek, became involved, their concern was to stabilize the area, and they suggested that there be salt marsh along the entirety of the base of the bulkhead. And so again, as I said earlier, we're trying to cooperate with them, and so we evaluated the situation, and what we came up with was that we don't think it's going to work in front of the bulkhead, but we met them partway by proposing the 250 square feet over by the westerly part, which is adjacent to some existing marsh. So that's the proposal, and I think, and Arlene can correct me if I'm wrong, I think everybody, staff, the applicant, and Oyster Creek agrees that the 250 square feet of marsh proposed is a good thing. Where the disagreement is over in front of the bulkhead.
Yeah.
And we're saying it's not gonna work there, and staff is agreeing, and Oyster Creek says it will. That's the area of dispute. And then there's the issue of the discrepancies in the plan, which we think that they're minor and they're being kind of blown out of proportion, but leave that to the commission. If we want the commission to feel comfortable, obviously, with the. Does that help narrow the area of dispute?
Yeah, things are a little more clear to me now, thank you.
You're welcome.
But perhaps Mr. Strode can answer.
Sure,
the question
consistent
about
with marsh restoration, what we, prior to putting anything in the ground, is we set some grade stakes. We'll go out literally across the river and set elevations specific to what Arlene was just mentioning, where alterniflora, the marsh cordgrass, go. And then also, we'll set higher grade stakes where the Spartina patens, the salt marsh hay, will go. And then we'll even set some higher stakes where salt marsh wheatgrass, the Regia repens, will go. That's even higher. So we have 3 different levels. And we will take that lowest level, that seaward level of the alterniflora, and that's where that fiber roll will go. It will go right at that elevation. And we've done fractional soil analysis of marshes. It's about 80% just a coarse sand. The rest is a fine material and heat. And we have a tendency to kind of recreate that terrestrially, and then we bring it in and place it. To Arlene's point, and I was going to mention it to Mark, even with that dredging, we could use that material as well to help recover the elevation that is consistent with planting the vegetation that's in discussion right now. So that's what we do. Again, before we even go anywhere, we set our grades and we work to that. And each site has nuances. There's differences, but we adjust those consistent with what's existing in native healthy vegetation, both terrestrially and aquatically.
Okay, thank you. I guess the only other thing I want to say is just on shellfish abundance question, which is the other open question to me. What's the number, 43 shellfish in 61 plots? Which, to me, typically, the sampling areas are like 1% of the total area surveyed. I don't know if that's specifically the case here, but I suspect it is. That, to me, abundance of shellfish, not a low abundance of shellfish. So it is a it has been demonstrated that this is an abundant shellfish area. So I'd like you guys to articulate for us why you think that we should be granting this permit based on you constructing a dock in an area which is well established to be a shellfish area.
You want me to address that now? Or you want to
Yeah,
wait?
I would like you to address that now, please.
Okay. Well, as I said, normally when we do a dock, and there's the opinion of a significant shellfish habitat there, we're concerned about negative impacts. The latest projects that have been approved and the resulting shellfish surveys, the follow-up shellfish surveys, that the docks and the shellfish can get along. I thought the most important thing was to note that the dredging aspect also didn't have a negative impact on the shellfish habitat here because it was dredged recently, yet there's still a, maybe not significant shellfish resource, but certainly something to pay attention to. And the shellfish were found both in the channel, on the dredge slope, and on the beach. So that says to me that even though it was mechanically dredged a couple of years ago, that get along, they come back, they live there, it's good habitat, and the dredging effort doesn't negatively impact that. There was another project around the corner that had at the edge of the Allen Harbor Channel, and this was a number of years ago, but they only found shellfish there, but it had also been dredged a year or so prior to that project, and that project was passed because there weren't any shellfish there. So I think this one is actually better because there is shellfish, but same dredging effort takes place, and the seeding efforts work, which is why you contribute to the system, and that's great. So that point was that if we had no shellfish here, you'd say, well, why? But I think it's a good thing that there's shellfish here for this type of project.
Can I add one layperson too? Again, I confess I'm not a scientist. One of the aspects of this project is that the applicant currently enjoys rights to a mooring that's in the channel. And the way that they currently utilize their boat is they get it from the channel and bring it to the beach. And there's all that human activity, and there's the boat up on the beach. This is going to end all of that because part of the project is the mooring in the channel comes out, which helps improve navigation. And then all human activity, I shouldn't say all, but human activity will be channeled onto the elevated walkway and the float and the boat, and that's going to reduce overall interference and impacts to the beach, which is where the shellfish are living.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark?
I have no questions.
Dan, do you have any questions, comments? All right, I have a couple of questions. There's been a question raised as to the actual amount of the marsh mitigation. You're claiming 250. Measurements here, it doesn't look like it would come up to that actually, but.
Let me see. I let AutoCAD tell me. I don't have it here. I'll do it at my desk. Okay. The property being right here. Most of the existing marsh is at or beyond that property line. So Lindsay and I went out there and he pointed to a specific bush where we should stop or start the additional marsh planting. So this line, I draw a line around this area and AutoCAD tells me how many square feet it is. It's 250 square feet, and it only includes, the only part that's not marsh is the restoration of the pathway, which is right up here to the stairs. The blue line is existing steps that are on the bulkhead. Those get removed because we're not gonna use this access anymore. So, yes, so AutoCAD tells me what it is. Everything in the brown area is new marsh, in addition to what exists. And you can probably get a good, the aerial, I don't know if you can see it exactly, but here's the property line, existing marsh. There's some here, this is gonna be augmented, and then we start here and we wrap around it to the bulkhead. And this is brand new marsh. So it's a combination of augmentation of what's there and new marsh. But the total area that's being affected, being planted / new marsh is about 250 square feet.
Okay. Do you have
Yep.
a comment, John?
Well, I just have a question, which is that another thing Ms. Wilson contended was some of the area that you're saying is new marsh is actually already salt marsh, which she is contending will need to be ripped up to be replaced. And can you?
I can let Lindsay speak to that, but what I understand that Lindsay does, encase the area, provide sediment where it needs to be placed, and the whole will get planted. So some of it will be added to, and some of it is new.
So the question, though, is some of the area that you are portraying as new salt marsh and is mitigation, is some of that already in salt marsh right now?
Technically, yes, that's the line. On the plan, you see a dark line that outlines the marsh, okay? We're planting right up to the property line, which is the dark line. So that area will get, when they're saying augmented, additional plants will be placed in that area, because the marsh isn't 100% strong in that area. So that, and I don't have an exact number for you, but, so that area will get increased in marsh, augmented, supplemented, and then the additional area outside of it is new. But the total amount of marsh that's being managed is 250 square feet.
Yeah, because you show a picture here of the bulkhead, and this end of the bulkhead is all marsh.
It doesn't go right up to it. There's a picture. The last letter that I sent you showed a picture of the stairs, and that shows the end of the bulkhead, really clear.
Well, but I'm saying, this picture does show marsh in front of the bulkhead.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, pardon me. I got a family emergency. I don't know how to deal with this, but I gotta leave.
Okay. All right, Al.
I'm sorry to the applicants and everybody on the agenda, but it's out of my control, all right?
It works out.
Thank you. Sorry, everybody.
Not
Good
a
luck.
problem. Hope everything's all right.
God bless, brother.
We'll note in the minutes that Alan had to leave at 6:47.
Yep.
Thank you. So, go ahead. There's a picture of the stairs somewhere, and I've got so many pieces of paper on this property, I can't necessarily put my finger on it right away.
This kind of, I have it. Well, I have your last document.
Ark, I'm sharing my screen. I'm not sure if this is what you guys are looking for, as far as the end of the pier and the end of the bulkhead in the marsh.
That's one of them. Mine, the picture I have is from a different angle.
So, but it's a simple question I'm
Yeah.
asking. This plan, that there's mitigation shown in that highlighted area, it's the detailed plan, which is it's this.
Yes.
It says 50 square feet of mitigation, but Ms. Wilson said that some of that is already salt marsh. So my question is a yes or no question. It's, are you claiming 250 square feet of mitigation where there's already salt marsh in part of it?
Yes, because some of that mitigation is to help what's there, and the other parts of that same square footage is to add new marsh. If you look,
So it isn't really 250 square feet of mitigation?
not of new, it's 200 square feet of mitigated area. Let me draw, see if I can.
All right. That's fine. That's
Okay,
fine.
Do we have leeway on the mitigation?
Yeah, I
So I
don't,
think, if the commission decides as there's not enough right here, then hopefully we could find 100 plus or minus square feet,
Whose that is, that's
I'll
not.
sort of do that.
I agree with,
You've been very, I mean,
Yeah, I'm-
workable so far, so I think if the commission decides not 250 right there, say, call it half, if the commission feels strongly you want to have additional 125 somewhere else, I think that's something,
There's opportunity for it on the
I think there's
property.
opportunity for it, and I think, the applicants have been very good with working with everybody. And I expect they would continue to, so I think for such a fairly small number, it could be workable.
All right.
I could simply revise the mitigation plan, because that's a sketch plan, and just add another 125 square feet in that area. Or I don't want to go over towards the dock, but we can add it.
Well, so, okay, thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
So, in restoration, did you want to add something?
No, I just apologize to you for interrupting. you.
That's all right. Could you give me some history on what happened in that area?
Yep. So it was initially claimed by Ms. Wilson that the potential exists that this bank was mowed for 30 years. We provided photographic evidence that the bank was mowed for a year and a half. When the pies changed, this is my understanding, when the pies changed landscapers, he suggested mowing that down in his way of maybe controlling the invasives, because there was a bunch. That practice has only gone on for a year and a half, and once they were told it was not cool, they haven't done it.
Okay, so essentially it was, for lack of a better word, naturalized, and they mowed it down. And now they're claiming that they can restore that as mitigation.
no, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's restoration
yeah.
on itself.
I'm sorry, Mr. Crowder, just for jumping in, but we thought this through very carefully. The area of unpermitted activity was identified. We met with staff, not me personally, but staff was on the site. It was talked about, and the plan differentiates, and there's proposed on the plan that fully restores the unpermitted activity.
Right.
And then in addition, and if you look at this, it's kind of a table down into the lower left-hand side of the plan. Restoration is called out, mitigation is called out. And we meet all the mitigation requirements, are fully restoring unpermitted activity.
Okay, so they're completely separate.
Yeah, yeah, we're not
Good.
mixing.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, Ernie,
Yeah,
could I ask a question? I just want to clarify, what's the required mitigation that we're saying we need?
Want me to talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because we were, we've been jumping around here, so.
Yeah.
So for a dock period, there's shellfish mitigation that blanket. And then in addition, for any structure in a resource area, which would, it's 4-to-1. So square footage of the dock would be 4-to-1. Within the 0 to 50, it's 3-to-1.
Right.
So took the square footage of the dock and found the adequate multiplier mitigation, doing a little bit in the marsh because didn't think it was feasible to do more in the
Right.
water. They did it on the land side. So their numbers do look at the 4-to-1 or 3-to-1. What they're proposing as mitigation, not restoration,
Right.
matches our.
The 250 plus the shellfish.
It's the 250. No, it's more than that. It's the 250 plus 7.
It's 560 square feet. Retaining wall is going to be removed. That's the structure in the 0 to 50. You'll see that closer to the house. So that retaining wall gets removed, and that small bank slope gets replanted. That's 560 square feet. And then there's another 140, I'm going by memory, by the west side of the bulkhead to block off anybody trying to jump over that side again.
yes, yeah.
And then the bank accounts for 1,100 square feet of renaturalization and restoration.
So, back to my question, then with those things, forgetting the other 125, is the mitigation being covered?
I have to think. About the 120.
It sounds like it's exactly covered. So if you take off the 125, we'll have to move it somewhere else.
Well, no, I'm saying, are you doing more than required at this point with that wall?
What Amy and I discussed was that a certain amount of the becomes a mitigation. We can't use it all as mitigation. So that's why out of a number that I think is required, that's 1,400 or 1,500 square feet, you have almost 2,100 on the site.
I understand, why. I'm just trying to help
Yeah.
out and say,
She's happy.
where are we with all of
She was
this?
happy.
So in terms of mitigation, without the restoration part, just mitigation planting, that's marsh and these areas here, you're at 1,170 square feet. How big is, what's your structure?
I don't remember exactly now.
You just had a number.
41, well, it's 41 feet long times 4 feet, that's 160. If you multiply that by 4, what do you get?
41 times 4?
Or 640, 600.
41 times 4
640.
is 160 times, well, that doesn't include the float.
Right. So the float's another 144. I don't have a calculator with me.
I got it, hold on.
Okay.
Let me do the math.
308.
Yep. 308 times 4 is 1,200. You're at 1,170, but then the whole rest of the bank. So they would still, you technically have to find about 125
That
square.
includes the stairs.
That includes any hardscape.
Okay, that's what I was just trying to
Stairs.
clarify.
So yes,
that's
we
all.
would need to find about 125 square feet,
So there's a-
probably in line with where you already.
Well, then obviously what we're gonna propose, which would help satisfy OCPI's concerns more, would be we'll just do another 125 square feet of marsh to the east of,
If it's feasible to do so, I don't want you trying to put in something and make something work for what would be, money for the applicant for only a few years if it wasn't sustainable.
the beach is higher over there,
I understand. Yeah.
so as long as we don't go where it's too deep, we'll be okay.
Can leave that up to you to figure out with Lindsay what you're gonna do there.
But anyway, that's what we could certainly do, is provide it there. We could also bring 25 square feet more on the west side of the bank, the west side of the bulkhead on the lawn to replace lawn area, if you feel better about that. I can put it wherever you would like.
What about Ms. Wilson's suggestion that you do it to the rest of the existing shown area in the neighbor's yard where she's saying there's a problem, that there's gonna be, I think she called it a divot, or there is a divot there. What about that?
Through the chair, is the divot that you're talking about where the people walk from the bulkhead down on the beach where they've created, is that the divot you're talking about?
Your picture kind of shows it actually, Mark.
Yeah, from foot traffic.
Yeah, it comes up around the return,
Yeah.
and in behind that big piece of salt marsh that's left.
I have it right here. It does wrap a little bit right in here.
Yeah, this is, so,
So my only thought about putting it on a neighbor's property, technically that's not part of this application. If there's an agreement for the neighbor to do it, we could probably approve something like that administratively, because it's such a small area, but we would need to see some,
Yeah, and I agree with that, because without getting far afield, notice requirements, and as far as recording on the other person's property, but administratively, we wouldn't need to do any of that.
we want something that speaking for my own self here as your administrator, the value of adding marsh and fixing an area that's impacted is more valuable than putting it in the upland. So if you can accommodate additional mitigation by administratively, the one-page form, plan showing a slight augmentation between the properties, we could do that administratively, and it would be a benefit environmentally.
Yeah, I think it's all a great idea, and through the chair, the one thing that I don't know about is that, as I was telling the board, we've been in communication with Reef from the very beginning, and we haven't had any proposal like this or agreement with the neighbor, so it's just kind of the proposal. Leave it at that. So, do we need 125 more square feet?
apparently.
So maybe,
Roughly, we have to do the exact numbers, it's about that.
Okay.
so I don't know how the commission feels about whether that's something that could be addressed through a condition or whether you're going to suggest a continuance, but I can tell you the applicant will comply, obviously, with that. And so out there that says we must come up with a minimum of a certain number, then we could do that. And I would represent to the board, I'd certainly try to do that administratively with the neighbor, but if it didn't work out, then we could have it on our own property. But if the commission puts a number, then I think the commission would be comfortable, I think, that would be done.
Do you have a question, comment?
I'm sorry to keep harping on this, but I totally agree with the methodology that Lindsay outlined about how to survey in the elevation where the marsh should go. The problem, much as the problem with how much and where is the marsh going to go, is that all of us sitting in the room, if we were going to go and do this project tomorrow, it probably would be fine. But there's no telling. We've got time of year restrictions. We've got all kinds of other things. By the time this project is ready for construction, none of us may be here to do it. I'm not wishing anything bad on anybody, but things happen. And the property have some other landscape contractor, a different engineer, a different peer construction person. If you don't have the right plans together with the right protocol, there's no telling down the road how somebody is going to be able to build this. I have faith that Lindsay could build it, but I don't have faith that Lindsay is going to build it, because there's no telling that, something may happen to me, something may happen to him. You need to have it specified. The same thing is true with where the salt marsh is going versus where there is already salt marsh. The plans don't work as they are. The theory is wonderful. Get a plan that really shows where the salt marsh is now, where it's going to be built, what the elevation is, which plants are going to be used. Otherwise, we're all up the creek without a paddle, and that includes the applicant, and I would feel really sorry for him because he has no way to know at the end of the deal whether he's built the right thing or not either.
Thank you. And we've identified a number of questions, I think, for lack of a better word, and discrepancies here that would warrant a final plan coming before us, unfortunately.
I can revise that tomorrow.
Some other questions I have, though. As everybody knows, I'm never a proponent of improvement dredging. This area, I suspect, is better than certainly for that because there's tidal flow, but not as much as the river flow. But that being said, the dredged area that you're proposing here, from my perspective, a boat coming from the channel, from the harbor, down the channel, he's going to have to come in sideways in order to get to that dock. There's just not enough of a scope, if you will, to the dredged area for him to come in straight if he's coming down the channel from upriver, if you call it that, up creek. You follow me?
Yeah.
I mean, unless he's got thrusters on him that he can just swing in sideways to the dock, I don't see any way that it's going to work without the boats that are coming, using this dock are going to constantly scour either side of the dredged area.
Well, are you familiar with the term ferrying?
No.
So I learned this in canoeing, but you can do it with a boat. If you have a predominantly southwest wind, assuming that's the way it is in the summertime, but you use the wind and use the boat like a sail, for one.
Oh, I understand that.
Also, but you can just come into a float straight at the last minute turn.
Yeah.
Boat drifts And
I question whether people are going to continually do that, though, knowing where the dredged area is. I mean, they're just gonna come into the boat, and they're gonna see the dock there, and they're gonna go head for the dock,
yeah,
down the channel, and it's going to cut right across the dredged area.
I would, well, they already have a boat, they've had a boat for many years.
A mooring.
A mooring,
Yeah.
yeah. If we, I'm coming before you with the minimum amount that I think is necessary to get the job done. If we have to do more, we'd have to amend the order, and
Yeah,
that's
I
okay, but.
would like someone to look at that, though, because I don't think it's practical what you've proposed here on your plan.
I know I could put my boat there. I have a 19-foot boat. I know I could put it there, no
Yeah.
problem.
I don't know, I mean, you have a 24-foot dock, so conceivably you could have a 24-foot boat in there, or longer. And, you know, they don't work the same as a 19-footer necessarily.
Understand.
John,
The
you have some
boat, the
comments
boat
on
that's
that?
there is the one that's in the driveway
Yeah,
that you've seen.
John, you've done this before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a boat, and I'm familiar with the difficulties of bringing a boat into a dock when you're completely concentrating and when you should be concentrating, but you're not concentrating as hard as you should be. I've been there both ways. But my question is, just looking at the plan, I hadn't thought about what Ernie's saying, but the contours, the depth contours here aren't labeled, so in this plan, I don't even know, actually looking at the plan.
It's easier to see them on this part. Hold across right here.
Okay.
That's why I do both ways, because
Well, we can assume that it's 3 feet on the landward edge.
all edges of the dock are 3, all edges of the boat, even the
So
landward edge.
that's 3 feet, but
yeah.
what's this contour? These contours?
The blue is the area of the dredging. So in theory, you're gonna come in at this angle, because you're gonna be able to, it's 3 feet of water there, you're gonna come in at this angle, ferry on in, and tie up.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Not sufficiently
if it-
coherent to express them.
Based on my experience of boating, I think that works just fine. If it turns out to be a problem, we'd have to come back to you with a modified, amended order to increase the dredge footprint accordingly, I guess. But at the moment, you know me, I always want to go for the minimum, and this kind of work, do anything more than what I feel is necessary.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm looking to protect the bottom in this area, and I don't think we're adequately doing it here. Another question, is the entire property within the 100-foot buffer?
Pretty close. Here's your top of coastal bank. I have a scale, but pretty close.
Is this property part of the Oyster Creek Preservation, the OCPI?
I'm president of Oyster
You have to
Creek,
speak.
and, you know, when it's appropriate, I'd like to make some comments.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll get a scale.
Richard Harris, I'm president of Oyster Creek. I've been for a number of years and been in the creek since 1998. Own a property there since 1986. In defense of the Pies and her parents, the McKevitts, who I've known since I was a child. And to clarify your mitigation comment, in your narrative, Mr. Burgess, you stated that there would be 1,448 feet.
That was the first go-around. That's not the one.
That was the one that was just submitted to the town to meet, to go with this meeting.
It's 2,050 square feet total.
But you were, and with your comments that state that the bulkheads were a good thing and stop erosion, the issues that created the things that we're talking about tonight was a bulkhead that was approved back in early 2001. And to support your dates of dredging, initially, yes, it was 1926. There was a subsequent dredging in mid-30s, I believe. and nothing again until it needed to be dredged after the town allowed the wooden bulkhead to go in, after the Waterways Committee denied it several times. That bulkhead caused the flow of water to change, which in turn eroded the McKevich property, now the Pies property, and the Davidson's property to the extent of thousands of cubic yards of fill, which then said that the town now has the best clamming area and that we shouldn't be able to dredge. We then went to court. Town spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. The people in Oyster spent that same amount of money or more, had to dredge it, have had to subsequently dredge it, and since when we dredged in 2020, we did not dredge where the Pies proposed dock is to be. They had to go to the expense, the Pies or the Pies' parents, in conjunction with the Davidsons, to build a very extensive bulkhead. This would not have to have been done if the town did not approve that initial wooden bulkhead. Subsequent to that, we've had to deal with these changes in the creek flow. When the bulkhead was built by McKevitz and Davidson, they brought in a series of concrete blocks, much similar to what you used to see at the restaurants outside.
Let me interrupt you just a moment, because, I mean, the history of this is all well and good, but
Well, I'm getting to the point that this is why OCPI is trying to clarify and make the point of our concerns. The Pies have stated they will become a member of Oyster Creek, which we're very happy to have them, if in fact that does happen. But our concerns, as Arlene has stated, is not just for today, but it's for the future. And we've been in discussions with the town for trying to come up with a mutual agreement for dredging. It hasn't gone too far yet. But we are concerned with this, okay? And that's why we're trying to get clarification of what goes on, okay?
Okay, good. But I haven't heard any concerns, negative perspective about this.
Well, I think that's that they're negative, but they're positive, the point that we want clarification and designations of what you will approve, so that, as Arlene has stated, in the future, we will be, it will be under consideration for us if we have to dredge again, and maybe the channel might have to be changed.
Excuse me, Ernie, you were asking a question about the, I didn't know what the question was gonna be about the Oyster
Whether or not
Creek preservation. What,
No, I was just asking if this property was part of the,
Not at the current time.
not at currently, okay.
that's what.
All right, good. I think those were the only questions that I had. Let me look very quickly. So you've covered the winter flounder, I assume, Mark, so that's all taken care of. I always get a little bit interested by comments that one of the positives is because it would eliminate the use of fertilizer on the entire property if we approve this project. That's
It's huge.
no, it's mindless. They shouldn't be using fertilizer anyhow, Mark. Sorry, but that's, you know where I'm going on that
I
one.
do, but
Yeah, it's
That is
not a
some-
benefit.
I know, but
It's
at some
something
point we
they
have
should be
to-
doing anyhow. And I assume anybody else that's on the Oyster Creek is not using fertilizer or shouldn't be either. I mean, it's just such a negative impact on that water body and every water body in town, so.
well, at least by prohibiting it, you have a chance to enforce it. Right now, there's no way to enforce that. So there is a benefit to having that. When the project's approved, you have that restriction, you have the ability to enforce if they decided to not,
So I have
comply.
no other questions. It sounds to me where we stand on this is we need to have a more definitive proposal with a lot of these issues and
So,
discrepancies.
if I, Mr. Chairman, I have two questions. Other than that, does the commission feel that it has adequate information to make a decision on this, other than the mitigation plan? And then I guess, and my follow-up question is, we agree, and we've agreed to add at least 125 feet to it. Is that something that can be done with a condition that says that a plan would be submitted and staff could approve it before the permit is issued, or is that something that you want us to ask for a continuance on?
I think you need a continuance on this, because you have issues like whether or not the adjoining property owners would allow you to do mitigation of salt marsh on their property, which I think that's fundamental to the plan, that you know, if that divot is, it's been described, isn't fixed, then, you know,
The divot is on the Pye property. The property line spreads out from the end of the bulkhead.
right, but my understanding in salt marsh behind,
It's right here. This is where the erosion is.
why
from
are
the
we
foot
talking
traffic.
about doing mitigation on their property then?
We aren't. It's all over here. We never proposed mitigation on their property.
Yeah.
This is all
We didn't.
contained within the Pye property.
They should, is what I'm hearing. And
So-
would you explain to us why, Arlene?
The restoration of the salt marsh, where bulkhead return has caused significant erosion, is to the overall project. And it's important to the previous project. That erosion divot extends onto the abutter's property line. And since the salt marsh runs in front of the divot across both property lines, it looks as if, in order to 140 square feet of salt marsh, or whatever that number is going to be, the whole shape of that mitigation plot needs to change. And it's from behind the marsh on the Pye property across the Dunn property to fill that divot in. And as I say, I'm quite certain that Mr. Dunn would give his approval to that. But the appropriate plans need to be provided, and that includes finished elevations for the marsh and what kind of stuff you're going to plant.
So if
In
I-
addition to, where is the existing salt marsh? Where are the coconut fires go? Based on actual conditions. And we don't have that plan, so, and that's what you need to have, I think, to make this project work.
Excuse me, Ernie, what's just I heard is being proposed is that it's requiring permission to go on other property besides their own, which we
Yes.
already, that shouldn't be, you know, we can't require that,
No,
so
you're right,
if the owner
but-
can't approve that, then we have mitigation with or without.
But what I hear Arlene saying is that the current mitigation for this salt marsh follows the property line, and it doesn't follow the contour of the existing salt marsh. So it juts out further, and it's subject to degradation because of this area on the adjoining property that's not being addressed.
Well,
Did I
we're,
express that correctly?
Right? So, if you see where the salt marsh is on the survey plan, and what happens is that around the back corner, this little piece is all eroded. The property line is only a couple of feet, if that, off that bulkhead return. So, in order to make this thing work, the mitigation plot of salt marsh needs to come in here along the edge of the existing salt marsh up into the erosion divot.
Which is on their property?
which is, this is the extension of the property line as the survey shows it. This side is the Dunn property, so the piece just beyond the edge of the return is on the Dunn.
Let me put this another way then. If the Duns elect not to allow them to do anything with the salt marsh on their property, are you concerned that the existing plan will deteriorate over time?
It certainly won't help the longevity of the marsh that gets planted, because the water will be swirling in behind it. So it'll not only be attacked in the tide from the front, but from the back. That's the kind of thing you want to avoid. They can find out very quickly with a telephone call or an email. We could take care of this tomorrow in terms of getting certainty on whether there would be permission to do it properly.
So I have to, if I may, Mr. Chairman, it seems like there's going to be a continuance because there's too much here to have staff approval. So we will come back with a mitigation plan, and we will contact the Duns about this. But as Arlene actually said at the microphone a few minutes ago, no one knows what the future holds. The Duns could sell tomorrow, and if administrative approval and the new property owner comes in and says, no, I don't want you to do that, then we'll never be able to get compliant with the project. So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna find 125 square feet on our property, and we reach out to the Duns, and we will propose to do that, and we'll do both. The project won't be subject to that compliance. If they cooperate, you'll get more. If they don't, at least we have compliance on our project. And so we'll propose enough to cover everything.
It was my belief that, it might be clearer to see it in here, but it's my belief that between the property line and the bulkhead is where that's where the access is. If a foot of it might be on Dunn's property, I'm sure Lindsay'd be happy to continue the twine and the plantings up there and restore the path regardless of where it is. That's okay. Nobody's saying no to that. But yes, technically we would need their permission to be able to do that. As far as finding another 125 feet of marsh, whether you prefer that or whether you prefer to add another 125 square feet over here or some other part, I'd like that input. I'm suggesting that the high enough that we could add some more on this line and just bring it a little further east to increase that amount. And I know that line is in there as far as the existing edge of the marsh. It's the blue line, but I can make that heavier so you'll know exactly overlaid from here, that bump is the blue line that you can see in here. Augmented versus actual new.
All right,
But we could do all that on this page, and I could do it tomorrow.
all right.
So if you were to see that we could do that with Amy's acceptance, then
You're suggesting you come back?
Well, I don't want to because.
I'm not free, that's the thing too.
Yeah, I mean, this costs the client money and it takes time. But I want an approval. And so if the commission has enough information, feels like we could submit a supplemental subject to staff's approval about where this is gonna be, that would be our preference. If the commission's not comfortable with that, then we'll ask for a continuance.
Any other comments?
I already have a conflict for June 1st, and then I'm going away and I'm not back until the 15th.
Other comments? Anyone? Amy, any
How do you
thoughts?
feel about that? You think this is something that we could work out?
On the fence about it. I think there are some things that could be added to. I never like to suggest the commission vote to approve or deny something else coming in that they haven't seen. What you can do is just not close the hearing. That way, if there are any outstanding things, you could make the motion to approve or whatever, and then just not close the hearing. Then you could actually still technically have discussion. I know you wouldn't be able to be here, Mark, but maybe others could. I think it's at one stance, it's like a little bit more, we would normally want before approval, but at the same instance, I think a lot of it could easily be taken care of. So I think assuring what contractor is going to do the work. Something the commission can condition that if the contractor is to change, it has to be approved by this commission and also has to prove that they can complete the work. I would like to see potentially a little bit more detail, like Lindsay, what you said today was really important about elevations, and I thought that was an important thing to capture in kind of a construction protocol for the marsh. But that's something that you could hopefully easily, write up. So I think you could vote on the project tonight, but do not close the hearing.
So, how do you do that? You make a motion, and part of the motion is we're not closing the hearing?
This commission is notorious for not closing hearings to begin with, so.
Motion almost never gets made.
Yeah, so technically, when you issue an order of conditions, like tonight, we can start doing it. When you issue an order of conditions, you should say, I make the motion to close the hearing and issue the order of conditions. That cuts off conversations, so it is up to the commission. I think it sounds like either on this property or on the adjacent, you can come up with the additional mitigation for it. So if that's the main concern, I think they can do it, and I think they've shown a good faith effort in doing everything up to this point, so.
I'm uncomfortable, well, I'm not necessarily uncomfortable, but I should think you would be uncomfortable with taking a vote tonight to approve or disapprove this based on the information that we're still looking for.
I agree. I think, can we at least agree on this, that the last issue, so that when we come back.
I think you're pretty damn close.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to suggest that the commission doesn't have authority to open and discuss anything, but just to try to prepare what we need to do for the next hearing. I think this is what we're down to, right, is the mitigation.
I think we have one more comment behind you. Okay. If you could keep this brief, because we do need to move on.
Yeah, I think this will really help a lot. Bill Lionetter, I live just across the street from Oyster Creek on Wauquasit Road. I've been there for almost 25 years. I just shot a text message to Jeff Dunn, and Jeff is fully amenable to getting mitigation on his property. He'd like to see the plan. He'd like to know that I approves it, but very open to it. As a matter of fact, that was one of the issues that we were concerned about coming in here tonight. So I thought that might help, Brian, that may help you in terms of where we're headed. So we're on the same page. If we can get that piece of the erosion, the divot that Arlene's talking about, resolved, I think we're in good shape.
Great, that's good, thank you.
Well, with that being said, I'll go back at it one more time. Would the commission feel comfortable, after what Amy just said, imposing a condition that says that we have to submit, after closing the hearing, a supplemental plan that shows a minimum of, and then we can cover whatever that square footage is, plus another 125? So we're probably talking about show another 200 feet, some of which will be on the Duns, but enough will be on our property so that there'll be no issue with compliance in the future.
Right.
Or we would ask for a continuance and we would come back. And we just want to do what the commission wants us to do here.
Wayne, you're dying to say something.
No, I think we should approve this plan and be done with it. I mean, you find another 105 feet of mitigation and be done with it. Going around in circles.
You want to make a motion then?
Good Lord. I'll make a motion, we approve the plan for 41 Nons Road, map 5, parcel W1-19 for a pier, ramp, float, and dredging, with the only order conditions that they find another 125 feet of mitigation.
Comments on, discussion?
Has to be a second first.
I'll second it.
Discussion?
I have a question.
Can I just?
Go ahead.
I just question the comment
Yes.
that Wayne just mentioned about the only order of condition, only one condition. I don't think that's correct.
Well, that's the only one I was putting in there. If there are more, go ahead and do it.
So it would include the DMF Revere restriction and,
Oh, there's a lot of conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I'm
guys
sure
have-
there are. That's just the only one I had in mind.
understand?
To add a couple of conditions. One is that if the contractor who's gonna do the salt marsh work is anyone other than Lindsay Strode, you have to come back to the commission. And the other one is the 120 additional amount of salt marsh be as described on the Dunn's property, or again, we would have to review this again. And I don't know whether that involves to not close the hearing right now, I don't.
We're not closing it anyways, so,
Not anyway, okay, so.
I mean, we're not moving towards a continuance, but the closing of the hearing comes with the issuance of the order of conditions. You don't have to worry about that tonight. To approve, kind of pending these
And I'm
these
proposing
conditions.
these additional conditions. That's a motion to amend the motion, so somebody has to second
Will you
that.
second that, Mark?
Yes, I will.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So motion passes.
Thank you very much. Amy and I will work this out, and we'll get this right back to you as soon as
Yeah,
possible.
so I would like to see it prior to when we actually with the issue of the order of conditions comes up on June 1st. It's not a hearing, but I would still like the plan a week ahead of time.
I think we're gonna do this tomorrow, okay?
Okay, a week ahead of time at least.
I wanna, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, not to be lawyerly, but as a point of order, that also I think needs to be a motion to approve the variance. It's to approve the project, but the variance
That's true. I
needs
forgot
to
about
be
that
approved
piece.
as well. So I think just to make
The
it tight,
variance for the shellfish.
yeah.
Okay, can we have an additional motion to approve this project, granting a variance for the pier to be, oh, I'm making the motion. Make a motion to approve the project, granting a variance, construction of the pier in a mapped shellfish habitat.
Was that a motion?
Yes, it was.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
I can't vote.
Oh, you can't, so do we have four, though? We
You have
right?
four.
Okay.
You have four. And I want to thank everybody for your patience and your input and your participation in this.
Yours too.
It was a difficult hearing, but
Vice versa,
appreciate it.
yeah.
We got there.
Thank you, everyone, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all.
The applicant for 47 Sacratus is here, if you want to take that before we
Yes.
go to the other two.
Yeah.
All right, next item, we're moving back to the previous item. Notice of intent for 7 Sacratus Bluffs
At the beginning.
Road for beach access stairs.
Good evening. David Clark, Clark Engineering on behalf of the Shanahans.
You might want to leave that fairly readily available.
If you've been to the site, you would notice there's a existing short stairway over the pavement and then down to the beach. There is a path, at the end of the path, there's quite of an escarpment that developed over the years.
Pass these down.
The Shanahan's feel that is somewhat of a vertical challenge to get back up that slope, get back to the house. Rather than continuing to erode that small portion of.
Hi, Tad Rocco calling. It's about 7:30. Filed in the Conservation Commission, and they're down to further down the agenda. And I don't know if you've already been on.
They're calling my phone number, my office phone.
You do have two people on the phone, so then
I'll mention it after, it's at star 6 after, okay.
So rather than continuing to erode that section for traffic, we're proposing an elevated walkway, basically from the top of the revetment out over the dune, and then down to the toe of the materials will comply with your regulations. Treated timbers, once we explained to the Shanahans what treated timbers were and how they affect the environment, they felt that that was a good idea and that it's probably not good for human contact either. So we will be using untreated wood for the support post and the decking material. And we do have a mitigation plan prepared by O'Leary Landscaping that provides some mitigation in the back dune area. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Amy, do you have comments on this?
Yep. I just passed, we literally just got this mitigation planting plan in, so I just sent it around to you. So, I mean, speaking from experience, I went down this slope and then I couldn't get back up, so I had to use the neighbor's stairs. Yeah, nobody saw me, but that's okay. So I do agree that, I mean, people are going to want to get to their beach. They're doing more harm than good by doing it this way. I think a raised staircase is the right answer for this project. I would say that the bottom section of the staircase, if possible, should be removable, or the more seaward portion, if possible, be removable, because when you get bad winters and you have erosion, if it's at risk of, let's see where your high water mark is on here. I see top of slope.
Mean high water is about elevation 0.8 now, so we're well away from
Okay,
mean
so
high
then
water.
you're fine. Sorry, I'm thinking of another project then. Disregard that then. The whole structure could be permanent if you saw fit. I think it's the right way to go for this area. My one hang up is, so just getting the mitigation plan in now, I'm looking, comparing the mitigation plan and where you're putting the plantings compared with the topo that you have on your site plan. And it looks as if where a lot of those shrubs are gonna go is really right on the scarp. We don't wanna be planting on that scarp.
I will
So
relay that back to Sean.
what I would, my preference to the commission is that dune, from what I recall, the top of that dune is fairly well vegetated with American beach grass. That is the best root system. There's area to plant more beach grass, that's a good thing. I think the larger shrubs wouldn't, especially more seaward facing ones, aren't a good idea here, just because of the drastic drop. Because this is in a resource area, you know, it is the 4-to-1 mitigation, which is why they're proposing some mitigation. This property would really benefit from a bigger buffer strip at the top of coastal bank than it would, I think, augmenting the dune. I think the dune, other than the fact that it eroded, providing whatever, it's not a lot of mitigation that you have to do. I don't think. You know, reducing some lawn area at the top would be my preference for, rather than trying to augment a very dynamic system at that seaward slope. If you were to do that, I could recommend approval of it. That's
Okay,
it.
thank you. Wayne, do you have any questions?
I do not. It looks pretty simple to me, but with the suggestions of Amy's, I think it'd be fine.
Yeah. John?
Yeah, I agree with what Amy had to say. I was questioning the things, so it sounds to me like doing the mitigation at the top of the bank and some lawn would be a good.
No, I agree with Amy as well.
Stan,
All set.
Yeah, I'm on board with that too. I think the only question in my mind, do we need to have a revised planting plan?
I think you probably want to ask your client if you can do the plantings up there and get rid of some of their lawn space.
Yeah.
And then a revised.
I expect to do a revised plan,
Yeah.
yeah, so that everybody's on the same page when it comes time for a certificate of compliance.
Sorry.
Also,
Yes.
just noting that we would condition or any treatments on the lawn. I don't remember what I saw on the lawn when we were there, but,
I would.
Amy?
Yes.
Greg Winston.
Hi, Greg. We're still talking about hearings right now.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I wasn't too late.
I actually need him to stay muted because he keeps.
Nope. Can you please stay muted, Greg? We will call on you when we're ready.
Thank you, sir. Then
So our next meeting is June 1st.
We would need things in a week.
Does that work for you?
In a week,
I need it by Wednesday of next week. Less than a week.
I can't speak for Sean, so
You can try for it, and then if you need a continuance to the 15th, you can do that.
that makes sense.
So let's continue to the 1st and see how it goes.
Okay.
Okay?
So can we have a motion to continue this to June 1st?
move to continue 47 Sacratus Bluffs Road, at 9, parcel A13, until June 1.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Next item on the agenda is notice of intent for 14 Mill Pond Road, map 1, parcel J1-94, proposed pier, ramp, float, and dredging.
Through the chair, Don Monroe, representing Donald Anino. Michelle Hunton from Reuben Rudman is here tonight. The owner is here. I have Turcott and also Pam Newbert to speak to various items on the proposal. We submitted some revised plans that show the changes that the commission was looking for. We submitted also the riverfront performance. We did actual scour calculations to demonstrate the potential of scour, which we demonstrated none, but I'll have Todd speak to that. We've in the memo from John Rendon from the Harwich Waterways Committee meeting, voicing that he didn't have any issue with navigation. We also submitted the letter from Heinz Proft indicating that he didn't see any complications related to shellfish. We also resubmitted the shellfish reports prepared by Pam. And so I'm going to share my screen if that's okay through the chair.
Yes.
Can everybody see the screen, the plan on the?
Yes. They have the
Yes,
plan.
okay. Okay, so in plan view, sorry, sometimes this thing does that.
Because this was a while ago, do you want extra copies? Because this was a few hearings ago, if I have extra copies, do you want them so you have it in front of you?
So as you screen, we reduced the ramp size in plan view as requested by the commission. We also provided an area of mitigation on top of the bank to the amount of 700 square feet. Let's see, we also showing of additional dredging, because I think Ernie brought up whether or not more dredging could be done to the north, but we looked into that. We could not do that because it's intertidal, but are offering some additional area in this location here. If interested in that. If not, we'll just drop it off the plan. then the volumes of that material that would come out are indicated in the bubble note here, 44 cubic yards. Just to remind the commission, the original dredge footprint is approximately 6 cubic yards of dredging. And we go to the section view, and you can see here where we reduced the stairway to a ramp entering onto the dock, so we shortened it up on the landward side. We looked into changing this configuration to monopile, but the calculations and engineering-wise and ice flow, we couldn't change that. So we still have the monopiles through the salt marsh. We could not change that from a double pile vent at the end. We need that stability. There's notes here indicating that to be consistent with the narrative that we're using green heart piles. We are proposing, though, using in the heavy timber on the superstructure, the lighter PT material, because that's an area where we know that there's not going to be any human contact. Plus, we're well above the mean high water line. But any of the stringers or whatnot would be the ACQ material, which is also indicated in the note on the first sheet right in this location here. We meet your 3/4 inch spacing because we made a note change there, right here on number 8, that the spacing, deck spacing would be a minimum of 3/4 inch. We also meet your 3.0 feet of depth at the end of the float, under the entire float, as well as the 80-foot length from mean high water. I think I would like to see if there's questions beyond what we addressed in terms of the last meeting, even though we got continued because of the electronic failure. But here we are tonight with the revisions you requested.
Okay.
And so it'd be nice, I think, if Susan would, I'm sorry, not Susan, Pam would go through, maybe if you need her to go through the Shellfish report. If not, also Todd, I think he probably could speak to his findings on the scour at the end of the proposed project.
Is there new information with respect to the shellfish or the scouring?
There's no new, it's not new information, because we did propose last time that because of a review of the project and because there was minimal shellfish found, that we believe the dredging will make the area better suited for shellfish habitat. Owners willing to make an offering to the Shellfish Fund. I'd like to work with Amy or the commission on that to figure out what would be appropriate. And we demonstrated with our pictures that we took during the Herring River visit that there wasn't really any scour indicated, but the calculations that Todd made demonstrates there actually is no resultant scouring because of the inflow and the outflow of the tide in this in much of the location along the river, but particularly in this location. So it's not new information, it's just reaffirming what we had made a claim to in the first hearing.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll ask Amy, do you have any additional comments on these revised plans?
Did you, just one question. I apologize. Does it ask where the landward limit of this is going to be? More of a coastal?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I
Yes,
just wanted to make sure. So prior, their walkway extended farther landward than it currently does, so thank you for that. I thought so, I just wanted to check. I
You're
don't
welcome.
have questions, I do have comments, so I don't know if the applicant wants the commission to ask questions right now, or if you want me to go through my comments.
I think we'd like to hear your comments, Amy.
Yeah.
Okay. So, quickly going through, upon reading, thank you for the riverfront review. Upon reading your document and reading the standards of the Act, I do find the project to be in compliance with the Rivers Act. So your scour analysis, based on how the Army Corps of Engineers calculates it, would be 0.87 feet at the piles supporting the float and 0.59 feet for the piles supporting the pier, some of which are in the salt marsh. They state that as the current flow is cyclical, the scour itself will fill in each tide cycle. I will depend on people more knowledgeable than I on this. However, it stands to reason that there will be less scour in the shallower water than in the deeper water. So the site is mapped by the state as habitat for soft shells and quahogs. Your argument is that it's not within town map shellfish habitat. My contention is that the maps really talk to areas and are not property specific. I would argue that it is. Natural Resource Director in his memo stated that is the shellfish area. They did numerous shellfish assessments here, so regardless of whether it's mapped or not, I think the assessments show that that is habitat here. While in your abundance document, you show not a whole lot of shellfish. You have in the most recent document you provided, you said 17 quahogs, 2 soft shells, 4 oysters, and 2 horseshoe crabs in the project area. My suggestion is, I mean, we all get hung up on numbers. What I was kind of impressed with this site is that it's not so much the numbers, but the variety that you found. It's not too often, I mean, normally like the last project, it's just quahogs, or it might just be oysters. But here you're seeing various species cohabitating here, which to me indicates that that this is viable habitat. I understand out farther away from, you know, where the float is, where you're proposing some of the dredging, the material is more mud, but things were still found. The letter from the attorney references permits the Conservation Commission issued in the past 2 years for projects on Snow and Road. While we don't set precedent, but also to me, there's no comparison between these projects. This one has extensive marsh and you found a more diversity of species. It's also a riverine environment with some velocity and not just a harbor with the ebb and flow of the tide. I don't know if you're ready for my recommendations yet, or if we just want to go around the room.
Thank you. Wayne, do you have a question?
I don't really have a lot of questions. I think, you know, something like this, there's a ton of other docks and stuff on the river. I don't see why I have another one. You know, you got a little dredging in a shellfish area, well, have them replant some of the shellfish somewhere else. I don't see a big issue here myself, personally. All right.
John?
I have no questions.
Mark?
I don't have any questions about this.
Stan?
I'll just make my own comment is, you know, I go in that area a lot, and matter of fact, I was there Saturday, and I looked down in the water right by where the markings are, there's shellfish. It wasn't scientific, but I just looked down, and there's plenty of shellfish there. And again, and I'm sorry, again, I'm just giving comments, and I wasn't part of the comments from the other shellfish survey, but I remember the last time we addressed this application, there was a big question as to the shellfish survey in terms of area within the marsh that wasn't being counted, and I don't know if that's still a consideration now, John. And again, I wasn't here for this presentation, but I would just throw that out to the commissioners.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I have one question. In the material that was submitted to us, there was a couple of papers on eutrophication and the anoxic mud, I assume, is what you wanted to focus our attention on to Department of Marine Fisheries. And can you give us a little background on this material, why it's in our packages?
Yeah, I can answer that. I'm the owner. I submitted that only because previous meetings, everyone says that they would love to see studies on provided so they can make determinations. I think all the members of the previous committee from a year ago said that. So the committee had asked that we do sample testing, which showed anoxic mud. So then I and myself just emailed Terry O'Neill, who's a shellfish area biologist, Brewster, Easton, Chatham, Dennis, Harwich, Orleans, Yarmouth, and Barnstable, because we already got approval from the town shellfish constable, just asking his opinion about anoxic or hypoxic mud and whether that is an acceptable habitat. He responded, as you can see in quotes, it leads to algae blooms, they eventually die off, it's not good, and it's devastating to the local populations. Also because the chairperson in February commented on the Cape Cod Commission report about the estuaries and waterways, which I was unfamiliar with, so I asked Amy to send me a copy of that article, which she did. And it all talks about how much eutrophication is damaging the waterways. And I know the Waterway Committee, the Conservation Committee is very concerned about that. In fact, I know the town has decided to put sewers to do it. But I also know this part of the river, and the whole river, is phase 7. So it's not set to get sewers to 2043, so 21 years. So I was thinking, even if you remove a small amount of anoxic mud, I know some people are not in favor of dredging, but if the town and the state, the biggest problem to the water is eutrophication, and we've proved that there's hypoxic anoxic mud, I'm trying to figure out why it would be an issue to try and improve it if the sewer system is not coming in for 21 years to this location and to the whole river. So that's why I submitted.
I see. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I read through them and I found them very interesting. I'll go back to whenever I have someone from Mill Point come before us, that the amount of fertilizers that are being put down in your neighborhood is immense. And I assume you use fertilizer on your lawn as well, is that correct?
To be honest, I'm embarrassed to say I have a gardener who does it, who I'd inherited from the person from a few years ago. I haven't gone over in great detail with him about it because I'm not usually, I still work. I'm not down year round. I can find out about that. I assume so. And I realize going through this whole project has taught me more about eutrophication because I then research studies on it. And I look, and I agree with you. And I don't have a problem with the fertilization. I don't know if it's been down this year because it's done kind of early in the year, but yeah, I don't.
I mean, because it's been a real source of disappointment for me that people have come before us and they've same sentiments, and when we point out to them the damage that they're doing by using these literally thousands of pounds of fertilizers, I'm sure just in Mill Point alone, and yet they don't stop.
No, yes, so I understand and I'm aware of that now because I'm educated, but I'm also aware of the studies, both the Ingredients study, the Cape Cod Commission studies that I sent, that the main source of nitrogen in eutrophication is not fertilizer, even though it contributes, but it's the sewer.
Sewers are number one. You're correct. Fertilizer is number 2.
That is, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, you are correct. The sewers are number 1, fertilizer is number 2.
I understand. And I am willing to stop because I've now been educated. And it is disappointing as well that the town has chosen not to address the sewer system at this river for 21 years. I don't know, as representatives of the town, if you can move that up as well, because I know you're aware of eutrophication, and whether you can push them to move it to a sooner date. Because I've heard all this talk about how the waterway structures may be damaging the river. But when I do all the studies, all the reports, it's not the water-dependent structures. It's the sewage, I agree with you, the fertilizer, and I don't see the town or your committee doing anything to speed that up.
I hear you, and one of the things that we're going to be doing, you probably don't know this as yet, but it was brought up at, with some of the presentations we've done to the Board of Selectmen, that they've approved our commissioning a study of the Herring River and identifying some of the points of impact that are central to the river right now. So, I mean, there's more than just sewers and fertilizer, of course, that we're concerned about there. So we will be commissioning a survey a study of the river that hopefully will identify some of those, and with that in hand, perhaps we can move that, I doubt it, sewering schedule up.
Try.
I would certainly like to, but that's well beyond our pay grade, I'm sure.
So I have watched all the town meetings. I haven't seen the study that was proposed. So I'm not sure what you're planning to study. I am aware of the embayment studies, which were done by the state and by the University of Massachusetts at Dartmouth, that were specific in saying the greatest issue is eutrophication. So you may do other studies, but I'm not sure that other problems will trump the increased nitrogen, eutrophication, anoxic and hypoxic mud, which is in there, because it's not just Herring River, it's the entire Cape and all the waterway. And so even though improvement dredging may not be ideal, I think it does offer benefits, particularly if there's no plan by this city, the town, to do anything in this immediate area for 20 years. And that's why I submitted those.
Yeah, okay,
I
good.
will say Dr. Anino has gone above and beyond with doing his homework on this, and I do think as a result of, I think it just shows, I mean, people are now educated in what's happening here. So regardless, that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about it. And regardless of how we proceed on this particular project, I hope you don't get discouraged from continuing to sound the alarm about the eutrophication issues that are out there. So, getting back to Amy, did you want to make a recommendation on this?
I can. So.
May I just make one more comment? I'm sorry, before I let this go.
Please.
I've seen you review the dredging plan. The concern that I expressed previously remains, that the whole area north of your proposed footprint for the dock is covered in anoxic mud. I think your dredged area is still susceptible to that mud coming downstream and filling in the dredged area fairly quickly. And as you mentioned, I've never been in favor of improvement dredging necessarily. I wasn't in a number of the prior presentations that we've made, but nonetheless, in this, especially on the Herring River, I'm not in favor of improvement dredging. And then the final comment I have too is just, Brad Chase is not here. He was hoping to make it a little bit later on, but he obviously wasn't able to. But one of the concerns that we have, and that I share with him as well, is that this is valuable shellfish habitat, and you can't restore habitat. You can mitigate and put the shellfish elsewhere. That's temporary. A dock is permanent, and I'm not necessarily in favor of going in on the river with improvement dredging at this point in time. Now I'll turn it back to Amy.
Okay. with utmost respect for everybody who's worked on this project, I have to say that at this point, based on my review of the state act and our bylaw and regulations, I cannot recommend approval for this project. As you know, most of the time I can find a way to recommend approval for a lot of these projects. This one has a lot of still open questions where I'm not convinced that it meets standards yet. So I am recommending denial of the project under the act, under land under the ocean, under impact to land under the ocean, land containing shellfish and salt marsh, and denial under our bylaw for not proving that there will be no impact to salt marsh, for not having, without dredging, 2.5 feet of water at the end of the structure at mean low water, and for being in a town mapped area. So.
All right.
This is Pam Newbert here. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not, but
Yes.
I would like the opportunity to say a few words, if that's possible.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, through the chair, this is Pam Newbert. I was a shellfish biologist for this project. For the record, I'm a marine biologist, benthic ecologist, and been performing shellfish surveys for the last 20 years on Cape Cod, in the islands, and other areas throughout Massachusetts. I have been on this call for all the hearings since the beginning, since 5:30 this evening, and I listened into the last pier project that you just approved, where there was a significantly increased or higher abundance of shellfish than what was found here at Dr. Anino's site. A lot more shellfish. And the point was made that dredging, that the area was dredged, and because of that dredging, there were more shellfish in the habitat, were there potentially previously, that dredging and docks and piers can coexist. I find it hard to understand your reasoning here in an area where the sediment is anoxic, where the sediment is mucky. We can dredge that sediment and provide a better habitat for shellfish, where we had a case or hearing with an applicant that had a dredged area showing that there was shellfish in the area that was dredged. I think I don't understand how you can come to the conclusion that this project will have impact to shellfish habitat when you just approved a project that has maybe 5 times as many shellfish as found here. I have to do the math on that. Maybe it's even more, and approve that because the dredging has positive effect on shellfish. But here we want to do, and that's not going to be allowed. Doesn't make sense to me.
If I may clarify, my recommendation, so I went through all the performance standards. As a conservation administrator, my biggest concern here is more longer-term impacts to salt marsh. But being as it is in a town map shellfish area, I would still contend this is a riverine situation. That was not. One type of species was found there. There's numerous types here that all have different, as you know, likes and dislikes about where they habitate. And also that project too showed, and it's not so much about the shellfish, but that project, you're proposing shellfish mitigation here, but you're saying you want to discuss about how much and when, but so you haven't really proposed a set number. That project also had a lot of other mitigating factors to it, which I'm not seeing in this project.
Well, then perhaps some of those mitigating factors could be taken into consideration for this project to make it more similar to the project that's permitted.
Through the chair, it's Don. We can certainly come back with a number for shellfish. We've done plenty of projects together with Amy. Ben Hilfrich comes to mind. Some other projects that we've done where we've done calculations for mitigation. That's not an issue for us. So we certainly would like a continuance based on that. Also, I do disagree with due respect to Amy in terms of the demonstration of no adverse effect to salt marsh. I think our expert engineer that has done this kind of calculation, we also presented an Army Corps of Engineers pamphlet on how to do these calculations, and that person that developed these equations that are used to predict whether or not scour is going to happen in a particular area around piles. We demonstrated it, and it's clearly in the record that there is not going to be any adverse effect to salt marsh. So I really have an issue with that, because we went well beyond our the call of duty to demonstrate that, not only in this application, but also in the previous applications, as well as the during the contentious moratorium that was discussed at the select board. So, and in that light, we demonstrated there that these projects that are small in scope to the surface area that is along the shoreline of this river, on both sides of the river, that the percentage that's covered by the piles, quote, are being said are going to have an adverse effect on salt marsh is really not fair, especially when we demonstrate it through proven Army Corps of Engineers calculations. So we still contend that there's not going to be an adverse impact. As far as the siltation that might come from the north down to the south in this area that we're proposing dredging, well, by virtue of the fact that that statement is made means that dredging should be considered during the course of your review of the Herring River, because Swan Pond River and Dennis suffered the same issues, and that was dredged. And now it is a good flushing area, and the shellfish have come back immensely. Also, our company, Coastal Engineering, was fundamentally involved in the permitting of Allen Harbor's dredging, as well as the Oyster Creek. And since Mark just made a presentation that demonstrated shellfish came back area after dredging, the same thing would be anticipated at this location, especially if some seeding, not off-site, but right in the site where we do the dredging, because the material is going to be better and more conducive to shellfish, especially if we do exactly what Amy just suggested based on the report. If we do a variety of types of shellfish, we may see an increase in that kind of shellfish that's in this area with better material and the worst material taken out. I also want to chime in on what Dr. Anino brought to light in terms of the eutrophication, and I agree. I've seen many other towns where they first take the stand that they're against the dredging. Falmouth is one, and now there's lots of dredging in that area because they find that the removal of the anoxic mud, also in conjunction with the reduction of nitrogen from the fertilizer that Dr. Anino is offering, as well as maybe pushing the septic issue that is along this area, that all this is going to play into making this a better, that already is a good riverway. And the number of docks that are already in this river have demonstrated that they are not the cause of the issues that are being raised. And so this, to be singled out, is one of the things that's going to cause more detriment. I just don't agree with it. So thank you for at least listening.
This is Michelle Hampton. If I can, I just wanted to raise one point. I know, Amy, you addressed the prior orders of we mentioned on 49 Snow-In Road and 64 Snow-In Road, which were approved just this past fall. And we do think they are similar to the current project. They were both approved dredging in areas of anoxic mud, just as here. And the applicants there also argued that the removal of the anoxic mud would improve shellfish habitat, and the commission at the time seemed to agree with that. And also I wanted to mention that one of the projects that was approved, the Evan project, was for approximately 140 cubic yards of dredging. And in this project, we're proposing less than 100 cubic yards of dredging. So it's actually less dredging than that project, and it was approved. Just wanted to raise that.
So where would you like us to go, Don?
excuse me, the Todd Turcott coastal, through the chair before Don answers that question. Can I get a clarification from Amy, please, on, you made a statement that we have not demonstrated in the performance standards that we are not adversely affecting the salt marsh. Can you clarify what part where we're adversely affecting the salt marsh in your review of our application?
According to our regulations, 3048G, you have to provide that there will be no impact to salt marsh. That is verbatim from our regulations.
Yep.
So, in terms of having impacts to salt marsh, I mean, if you want to take it verbatim, no impacts, so the piles themselves
Yep.
would replace salt
Yep.
marsh, would displace salt
So-
marsh. So that's
Okay,
something
so
that you can overcome
that's
by
one.
potentially adding more. So just a suggestion.
Okay.
If there's ways to increase salt marsh in other areas along this frontage, if it actually is viable to do so with depths and things like that. I'm not saying it's definite, but I'm saying according to our bylaw, which I know takes a very hard stance, but it says no impacts.
Okay. So I wanted clarification. So you're saying the piles are causing the impacts that we need to address more clearly and or mitigate for to be considered to have no impacts to salt marsh?
I would be interested in
Or-
that. I
or-
cannot speak for the board.
Right, no, but your opinion and your presentation and your opinion was that we have not met those standards. So I'm trying to clarify
Correct.
as to how we haven't met them versus other docks that have salt marsh that you have said don't impact salt marsh. So I'm just trying to get a clarification on this application.
3048G. Yes.
John, do you have a comment?
Well, yeah, I'd just like to add that another impact on salt marsh is shading. And while increasing the height, width ratio decreases the amount of shade, no one has shown that doing that removes any impact on the salt marsh. So again, that shading will affect the salt marsh. And according to our bylaw, there shall be no impact on salt marsh.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just trying to get clarification because in a previous application tonight, that traverse salt marsh had monopiles in the salt marsh and had the same ratio of height to width. They were not adversely affecting salt marsh. So I'm trying to understand how this application hasn't demonstrated that same thing.
There was not an application tonight for a dock over salt marsh. The previous application tonight was not over any salt marsh.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, Don.
It's Don again. So it sounds like we need to do a little bit more homework, but I still am a little bit frustrated in having presented many docks under the current Harwich bylaw where we have gone over salt marsh and used the very regulation that you've put into your regulation that's supposed to address that, which is the height to width ratio. That in and of itself is supposed to be implemented because it's been demonstrated that that height to width ratio reduces to the point where it's almost no impact. So if that's not the case, that you have a regulation that is supposed to offset the no effect as far as shading goes, then how can you arbitrarily pick one that I know I've worked on, and many of them, where we go and it's okay, and this one, you're saying it isn't. When we meet those standards that you put forth in your bylaw that are supposed to mitigate those issues that are in 3048G. So now you're telling us that the 3048G can't be met.
No,
But then how can it be met in other locations where we've seen you approve going over salt marsh? And so it's troubling. So we'll go back and we will dig up information that demonstrates the the lack of impact to salt marsh based on the very guidelines that you have that also are in the Small Docks and Piers Manual, developed by DEP in conjunction with DMF to address this very issue. The piles into the salt marsh, we would love to be able to demonstrate that we can do some salt marsh mitigation to offset the quote replacement, because we've demonstrated on other projects in Herring River, Mark Aldrich's one, where we had to put approximately 30 piles in the salt marsh, but we showed with Wilkinson Ecological cutting the salt marsh so that it wouldn't be driven by the pile, and then the pile is put through the peat, adverse effect the salt marsh, but it takes up the. In that case, we were able to fill the old pile locations when they were removed with salt marsh to mitigate the space we take up. So I don't believe that we're destroying salt marsh with the effort of our method of installation, but I do agree that we might be taking up space that otherwise would have been occupied by salt marsh. So we can certainly come forward with a means to mitigate that. I also want to just stress that this is an application that is now in 3 different attacks on the eutrophication by this one single property. Number 1, he's willing to not do any more fertilizer. Number 2, he is providing a buffer strip along the top of the coastal bank to soak up any of that residual nitrogen that might be left in from previous fertilization events. And number 3, he's removing material at his own expense in a public waterway to reduce the eutrophication. So please don't deny something with so many mitigating factors. Oh, also, I forgot, he's also willing, and we'll come up with a number, to add more shellfish than found there, which are also filter feeders that are also demonstrated to clean the water, clean the siltation, and clean out nutrients that are affecting the area that you're trying to protect. So on 4 fronts, this one property owner is willing to spend his money better a portion of this river that he'd like to use. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes,
Real quick. So I really, so what I don't want to come off as is that I'm trying to be against this project or be against this particular property owner. That's not the case. I mean, you talk about all the projects that we've approved. We've also denied several similar projects as well, comparing those. Also, if you look at other projects that we have approved, and this is just off the top of my head, this is not a walkway project that we just approved at the Ellis property at the entrance to Sacratus. We had a lot of these same questions, not so much shellfish, because again, it was a walkway. In terms of displacement of salt marsh, we went through a lot with that. And the commission, permanent piles would displace some marsh, but they were able to mitigate by creating new marsh in that same area. So that's all I kind of wanted to convey is I think a little bit more, not so much to provide us, but is there something else you could do to physically benefit this property? And I understand that a lot of the negative impacts that are happening to the river are they're the result of everybody over many years of time. I'm not trying to pick on Dr. Anino, who I respect an awful lot. So that's kind of what I wanted to say. I think there are ways to alter this slightly.
Can I ask a question? Through the chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm the owner.
Yes.
So this is not the first presentation for this project. And I'm happy to work with mitigation, but every time the project is back up, I'm told to think of something, to do something else. I was asked, would we be willing to dredge the area north? I said, okay. And could we shorten the walk? I didn't hear anything about trying to plant more stuff. Marsh, I'm happy to do that. Is there a way, if there's recommendations or things you want to see mitigated, you could let me know? At each meeting, it's a new question that comes up. It gets, it goes on for a long time. Every time there's a new concern.
Absolutely, we understand that. I think I talked about it at the last meeting, that we wanted more definitive mitigation in terms of, how much we require 3 years, boilerplate, 3 years of shellfish, 30 bushels a year of seed of a mixed class of shellfish. That's our standard. If you want to differ from that, right in our regulations. If you want to differ from that, you can talk to us about that, about what you think could be done better. And that's not just for your particular area, because that's way too much shellfish for your one property, but it's really to benefit the river. And then I think I did talk about the mitigating, not just by shortening the structure, but you have to mitigate for the structure itself by a 4-to-1 ratio because of new structure in a resource area. And that is in our regulations as of 2020. And I'm happy, sorry if it wasn't up here or earlier. Don talks to me all the time. We can certainly work together on that.
Through the chair, Amy, certainly. And I, by no means was I trying to attack. I just thought the mitigation with the plantings that we were proposing along the top of the bank met the 4-to-1. Now I understand more clearly that you're more concerned about mitigation actually being done in the salt marsh itself, which is certainly something we can propose, because there are areas along this very shorefront at this property where we could do some additional salt marsh planting. And certainly we will talk to Dr. Anino about the amount of shellfish that should be, and with Pam, rather than during the hearing process. So we can do that as well. So that's why I think we have a number of things that we can do to appease what your concerns are. But I think we want to hear also if the commission things other than the things that they agree with that you've brought up. I'd like to hear those too before we request a continuance, because I think we should have a continuance to provide you with these things that you, Amy, have raised.
Thank you.
If I can, Michelle Hunton, through the chair, if I can ask Amy one question.
Yeah.
Amy, you had mentioned that the bylaw stated that there could be no impact to the salt marsh at all. I just need to clarify where in the bylaw you're referring to that, because I'm looking at the regulations and what they state is that a project shall not destroy any portion of the salt marsh nor have any adverse impact. I'm not seeing no impact at all, which I think is a more stringent standard. So I just wanted to raise that, because I think, as Pat and there is no adverse impact.
The section I am looking at in regard, I may have paraphrased in my summary that I have in front of me. And I don't really want to go into semantics, but the section I am talking about is 304.8G. And I don't have, it's in my office, directly in front of me, so.
Okay, thank you.
So let me get back to you again, Don. What would you do? It sounds like you're looking for a continuance.
Yeah, I do see Todd may have one question, so through the chair, can he just ask that one question, and then I'll come back to you. You can come back to me.
All right.
Through the chair, yes, I think the continuance is going to be requested, but I think, Mr. Chairman, I think you asked the question, or were concerned about the dredging of the anoxic mud to the north that we weren't doing now, and it's still silting in. I think a point to be made is that the anoxic mud is an area at a certain, the contours vary, and the velocities that we observed and actually obtained through flow meter readings, where we actually sat out in the water and through the tidal cycle to obtain flow velocities of the current at those locations. were much smaller than the full river. So I think is those are actually deposit areas, and the contours are gradual enough that while the anoxic mud is there, it's not necessarily going to just drop right into the area. It's going to depend on littoral of that material and actually lifting it. And at the elevations that those anoxic muds are at are low water elevations, and in many cases not even underwater at all. So I think that needs to be considered when you're talking about that. The area to the north was proposed to be dredged because it had a lot more anoxic mud. The problem is it's actually in the intertidal zone, which we can't dredge, we can't edit that out without going through an enormous amount of effort versus just dredging.
Well,
so that's a different ask.
So Todd, that would be helpful if you included that explanation in your presentation.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So when would you like? A month?
My recommendation's a month. We're really booked for the next meeting, and you have some work to do, it sounds like, too, so.
So what would the date of that meeting be, the 14th?
15th, I believe. Is that amenable to you folks, June 15th?
Yes.
All right.
Through the chair, yes.
All right, thank you. Can we have a motion to that effect?
I'll move to continue this hearing until June 15th.
A second, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, well, I thank you for your patience with us on this one, and we look forward to seeing you again next month.
Can I have those plans back? Those are my file copies. They had been in previous ones for you, but I can always make you more going forward.
Next item on the agenda is notice of intent for 7 Sketchiconic Way, map 4, parcel C1-4.
Through the chair, Don Monroe again, representing the Coxes in their application. I have the same team with me here on this particular application. I'll share my screen. There were only items that we needed to address on this particular project. You also had Greg Berman call to the site and evaluate our proposal to change the grade and the slope of the coastal bank and provide some sort of shorefront protection in conjunction with the installation of this proposed dock, pier, and float. The revisions to the plan, number 1 is shown here. Number 9, that the deck planking will be 3/4 inch minimum. And all change that Greg Berman suggested was to change fiber roll in this detail to a low density fiber roll, the lower one, so that we did that particular change and the change to deck planking. We also believe in this one. We shortened the up and put a ramp here, land on the landward side, and also the owner of the property, Susan, with her husband. I mean, the parents of the Coxes that are making the proposal are going to share this particular dock. She did a plan, and I think it would be good for her to go through what she proposed in this clouded area for the mitigation planting that Amy had questions about during the last hearing. So if Susan would make her presentation about the planting that is proposed for this particular project.
Amy and I met on site after the last public hearing and looked at sort of existing conditions, and she felt as though the upper area was fairly well developed. We didn't really need to do much mitigation up there, so we have proposed to collect and save the bayberry wintergreen, and something. So the plant materials that are existing up on this slope that we can remove and put in a holding area and then replant up in the upper, behind the coastal bank. The construction is done. So there won't be any really new mitigation planting up at the coastal bank, but we'll try and repurpose whatever shrubs and ground covers we can in that area. The mitigation that we've proposed now is the 3-to-1 mitigation for construction in the 50-foot buffer. And from the past 3 years, we've had the bomb cyclones, the tornadoes, and it's done quite a bit of damage to the existing white oaks and pitch pines that were in the area down more towards the entryway to the property. So there are 3 sort of mitigation areas proposed because they do have some invasive plant materials, and they could be sort of beefed up a little bit based on what plants we've lost over the past 3 years. So the total mitigation is 4,460, and we'll be removing the bittersweet, poison ivy, barberry, honeysuckle, English ivy, buckthorn, and there's also a strand of black locust saplings that we would propose to remove, and then replant, enhance the planting that's existing. There are some existing sassafras and viburnums, American hollies, so we'll just supplement with new native planting in those areas where we've removed the invasive plant materials.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we did submit the riverfront standards. I wanted to make sure that you've got that package.
Yes,
We
thank you.
did letters from the and the harbor master, and the deck spacing, I think I mentioned, we changed. And we do meet all the other regulations in your new bylaw that's going to be adopted, the depth and the length, no effective navigation, and dimension from the neighboring boat, as well as the mooring that's in the riverway.
Yep, good. Yeah, we saw those. Thank you.
Through the chair, the mooring that is close to this proposed dock is actually our mooring, which will go away once the dock structure is built.
The one directly to into the river in front of it.
There are 2 to ours, which is the property next door with the bulkhead, and the 2 of ours are right there in the same area. Ours has not been put out yet, but.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. My turn now? Or do you?
Okay, Amy?
Sorry, in absence of nobody speaking, I kind of assumed so, but I wasn't sure. I'll make the dock part really short. I think I said it the last time too. I am recommending approval of the dock in this location. Not going over salt marsh. You have adequate depth without dredging. You don't have some of the other issues that other docks we see do. So without further ado, that's that for me. I've gone back and forth many times in my mind about, so we had Greg Berman out, our coastal processes specialist, and he's a coastal geologist. And while he'll state too, he's not an expert on rivers, this is a coastal river, and I think what he has put in his report is valid. A question that I have, so that he didn't address, and I see it, and I'm sorry if I missed it, because I very well could have with all the information for all these projects we had to review. The low density fiber rolls, can you kind of be a little bit clearer in what that density is? Does it still allow, obviously, a lower density enough to plant within it, I'm assuming? And what the porosity, I guess you could call it, is to allow some sediment to get through it, because we do have a little bit of a coastal beach here. So if you could go into a little bit more detail on the low density rolls and what they would or wouldn't allow, that would be very helpful.
Sure, through the chair. I'm not a fiber roll expert, but I do know that Nick Crawford, as well as Wilkinson, have described that the lower density fiber rolls are specifically made to be porous so that sediment can get into them, but they are specifically made plant in them. So that would be what we would assure the commission, is that on Greg's recommendation, based on that, we put the note on plan that they would be low density specifically so that they could be planted as well as allow sediment in. I don't know what the number of the porosity is, Amy. I can get that. I'd have to ask Nick or Seth.
Yeah.
I don't have that information readily at
That's
at
okay.
hand.
And sorry, it's kind of one of those things that as I'm, mulling over this project again today in prep for this meetings, that's when I thought of it. So that's why I didn't ask you ahead of time. I see a lot of benefits, and I'm just wanting to make sure that the benefits, when I wrote my summary, it was prior to today. I want to make sure the benefits of what you're proposing for the coastal bank station are going to outweigh the negative here, and I'm sure you know you want that too. So right now on the top of the coastal bank, you have your typical oak forest, essentially, traditional Cape oak forest with low bush blueberry and such ground covers in there. Right now you have a very steep, had really episodic recent erosion. You have a really pretty big undercut, which as it shoots from the bottom, it's going to keep dropping from the top. So for the foreseeable future, if you keep going as it is, it's always going to have that almost 90-degree slope. What they're proposing to do, and I guess, so we haven't seen it in Harwich yet. That's another thing. Other towns have been starting to do this, is to cut the bank back to a more gradual slope, put in fiber rolls and do the plantings.
One other important thing. Cut it back so that the toe of the slope will be 4 feet behind the mean high water. So that's sort of our big thing here, that we're removing this out of the high water level. Obviously that fluctuates during storms and stuff, but that's the whole premise of it, that you remove it from high water and you build a stable slope.
I mean, it is a solution, so even it doesn't, they couldn't really ask for a hard solution because they're not protecting a pre-78 dwelling. So you're asking for a soft solution here. You're asking to remove kind of a mature forest and replant with your replanting plan, which you previously submitted. It was fantastic. I mean, it will greatly enhance the species diversity, but it's going to be something that's going to take years to mature versus already what you have here. So that's kind of my stumbling block with this, is, it's going to take time to reach its maturity like you have here. Sorry, I'm kind of going through my thought process as we talk here. I would like the information to be a little bit more assured that what is going to be, and I mean, I don't think this needs to hold things up, but I would like to have the information for of the density of the rolls, a little bit more information on the planting in the rolls, and a little bit more information that in an event that we storm event, that sediment can still get behind or through or over them. I mean, these could easily also be overtopped. You're not building the Great Wall here. So I think with that information, I mean, I'm very, at first I said this isn't protecting a pre-78 structure. It's a structure that's going to be there for, forever essentially. So once you build it, you'd be able to maintain it. I think with a little bit more information, and I don't think it should hold up for further discussion, I could be in favor of allowing this, the bank reconstruction. I also think going forward, we're going to be seeing a lot more of these. So I would really like to see how they function. So I'm recommending
through the
approval of
chair.
the project.
Yeah, through the chair, because other towns have experienced the same issue with cutting the bank back, and then after we've gotten approval and demonstrated how these cutbacks actually work, they actually allow, and Susan's right, we've pushed it away from mean high water so that during a higher than normal tide event, the slope now is gradual enough and the plantings are such that it'll allow a softer run-up, which is less detrimental to the slope than steep scarping and then the loss of huge chunks of bank based on the look of the bank looking good now because there's such a good stand of trees. We've got a couple that are really functioning well because the slope is now gradual that there's more of a run-up than there is meeting a vertical surface that just keeps getting churned away. So I think that's another aspect of this that is going to make this function well in light of some of the other projects we've done that we've done this similar cutback. And we certainly will provide you with the density of the fiber rolls so that you know that they're in line with what we're proposing.
Good, thank you.
One other quick thing. If we move on this tonight, what I would like to see is a benchmark driven to be able to study the elevation of that beach over time as a result of the project.
We can do that, no problem.
All right. Good. Questions, Wayne?
Yeah, having not seen this property, too bad, I wished I had. Is this from the top of the slope to the work limit line, is that all trees in there?
It is.
It is, is they all gonna be removed and then?
We're gonna be removing 9 oaks that are like 3.
Well, the only thing I'm thinking of is to build that slope, I would assume you're gonna use an excavator or something. You're gonna need 20 feet from the top of the slope back just to work that machine, you know?
25 feet.
Okay, so we'll be going pretty much to the work limit line?
So
Okay.
here's what is existing and here's replacement.
Okay,
So they're replacing with trees.
yeah, afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's
Yeah,
existing.
well, if that's the case, then I think it's a great project. I'd like to see it. Because years ago, when I used to build seawalls and whatnot, there were a few projects where we had big sandbags that we used instead of, I guess it'd be a semi-hard thing. And then we'd fill over top of the dune with sand and plant beach grass, and those things looked like nothing was ever done. But it was great protection, you know? Until some kid came along with a knife and slashed a couple of them. That happened.
That's through the chair, Amy, up on the screen right now, right here, we have a benchmark on this concrete bound.
I can't, it's
But
hard
we
to
can
see
put
on
one
the screen.
somewhere else if you need it. We could put it on one of the piles, I guess, or something like that.
We'll put slope monitoring and monitoring stakes that can be visually seen right in the slope.
And then kind of, an actual elevation, elevation marks, or
Yep.
on kind of the north and south end of this thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
If it goes forward, so I need to see what the rest of
Yeah, we do that in beach nourishment or sand nourishment projects for revetments, so that we can determine if we need to add nourishment or not.
I know you
rather
guys
than
do,
doing full
but
surface.
not everybody does, so wanted to make known.
Questions?
No. Pretty straightforward.
Stan, any comments?
Yeah, Don, I'm envision this because I'm familiar with that part of the river there when I go paddling by it, and I see the velocity and the erosion that goes on there. And I'm trying to understand, I'm looking at the diagram, so you're cutting the bank back to gradual, but what's going to prevent the erosion? The fiber will be preventing the erosion from continuing?
And removing it out of the water. Or
Yeah, but-
the toe of the slope.
But somewhere the water is going to be, it's going to be eroding something.
Go ahead, Todd.
So,
Through the chair.
Through the chair, when we did our current flow analysis and study with the instrumentation in this particular area, because we did the same thing, to have current velocities to be able to do our scour calculations. What we found is that up in this area of the shallower area closer to the coastal bank, there was actually an eddy that occurred in both the ebb and the flood tide, and the velocities were very low in this area. The erosion that you're seeing, or that we're all witnessing and seeing, that's causing the scarp is when we have the higher tides and the higher in the storm events, when you get a northeaster, a wind coming from a nor'easter that's circling in and coming across there, you're getting very small chop. But when the water is at the elevation enough to scour out the base, as the scarp continues to retreat, it's pulling in the larger trees, which at that point, which we've seen, and there are several that are laying down now, or recently when I was out there last, that takes a big chunk of the bank out. So then any runoff, whether it be the river with tide, whether it be the upwind runoff, is going to continue to erode that area. So once we stabilize it and put a natural slope on it with good vegetation, that'll help minimize. Okay, and what's actually happening is there's some eddy occurrence and scour to the slight north of this due to the bulkhead the refraction of waves coming around the bulkhead that's slightly off this plan that is migrating down the coast. So I think by creating a much more stable slope and it not being a vertical scarp, you're not going to have the dramatic changes as it continues. Okay, and we're losing more and more trees. So every time we take a big chunk of the coastal bank out, it then creates a bigger void and then just starts falling in on itself with moisture.
Right, and I think what you said earlier is the erosion really works from the bottom up. So it's the fiber rolls which are going to be preventing that bottom up erosion, if I understand you.
Yes.
That with the vegetation growth within the fiber rolls, as that establishes and creates a mass of root system to help protect and stabilize that. Correct.
Right, so that's what you're really trying to prevent, that bottom up erosion.
Correct.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question on that same topic?
Sure.
In addition to the density that you're gonna, and the porosity that you're gonna look at, can you, estimate what because these things eventually will hopefully essentially degrade in time. What's the life of them essentially until they're degraded to the point where it's really just a natural slope again? Just more out of curiosity than anything.
Yeah, we can provide that in that information of the coil log. And again, they vary on manufacturer on the porosity and the density, but if you call it low density, there's a range. Yeah. So, we can do that without calling out a specific manufacturer or supplier. It's a little varied.
What I'm getting at is we want to make sure it's your soft, it's strong enough, but also would qualify as a soft structure that would naturalize and degrade over time.
But
long enough for the roots to take hold.
And I just have one other comment for this property, because as long as I've been going by there's always canoes and kayaks stored in the marsh, which really shouldn't be going.
They're actually on the bank, but
It's still within the 50 foot,
right
within the marsh. And even if you look at Google Maps today, you'll see them right there. But every time I've been there, they're always there, which they really shouldn't be being stored all. Right now it's basically they were there all winter long. Just like they shouldn't have docks or anything else or floats there either.
Right.
Good.
That's all.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, just looking at Greg Berman's comments, that the NOI proposes to alter the riverfront area, however, these performance standards are not addressed. So
You did that.
Oh, they have done that?
Since then, in their
Yes.
revision.
Okay,
Yep.
good, wonderful, great. Then, with that being said, I really don't have any other comments. I think from the original proposal that we saw when you first came in. This has made some tremendous strides, and I think we're looking at something which is meeting the requirements ultimately going to be looking for. So with the few changes that we've raised tonight, then I assume you're going to want to come back to us?
I think the only changes, well, my changes that I really aren't changes so much as they are clarifications about the porosity and the life.
Well,
I
okay, they
don't
need to come
think
back
it
here for
needs a
that.
continuance. I would like to see it prior to our order of conditions, which will be 2 weeks from now. So if we could have it next week, that would be wonderful.
All right.
I don't
Sure.
think it should
We
hold
can
the
do that.
project up.
Okay, wonderful.
The other thing we didn't talk about is that we proposed to
Oh,
do
geez.
shellfish mitigation also.
Yes, so
And
further
that
down.
was submitted in the packet, but we didn't talk about
Sorry, I
that.
got glossed over that.
Okay, that's fine. And the proposed mitigation is
Our traditional,
the
what,
3-year,
the 3-year,
Yes.
30 bushels, or what we equivalent out, so we have a shellfish fund,
The
that we, so we, if you elected to have us do it for you,
Right.
whichever you choose.
good. Okay, then. So can we have a motion on this, then?
I'll move to approve the notice of intent for 7 Sketchicon Way.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, you didn't ask for public comment, I didn't know if there was, so.
Let me back up, then. Is there any public comment? Hearing none?
It's still
Motion
good,
carries. And we thank you very much.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Now everyone knows how to say Sketchicon Way. We've been here so many times. Thank you.
Thank you through the
Go
chair.
to their house, you have to throw the dog or the stick for the,
Oh, jeez.
Have to throw the stick
Stick
for the
for the
dog?
dog.
Okay.
Or the rock.
or the rock, or the ball,
What kind of
or
dog?
you won't stop.
A Boykin Spaniel, I know, poor Amy.
Ah.
He rules the river.
Swims very well, thanks, Sue.
All right, the next item on the agenda is the coastal waters of Nantucket Sound, the
Yes.
addition to the artificial reef. Do we have people that are waiting?
Well, we have Mark Russo from the Division of Marine Fisheries on the call, ready to speak to you as well, and he and I can explain the
Okay, I mean,
project.
do we want to do that now, or?
I would like to if we
Okay,
can.
perfect, let's
It
go.
shouldn't be too long.
But, good. Okay,
Mark,
thank
do you want to introduce yourself and talk about it, or shall I?
Well, I can get started, Amy, and you can fill in any of the gaps that I
sure
that I
there's-
leave out.
None, you know more about it than I do.
Okay. Well, good evening. My name is Mark Russo. I'm the Fisheries Habitat Program Manager for the Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries, and we're coming before the Commission tonight to ask for an extension on the NOI that we originally applied for to deploy materials on the reef in Harwich. We have some materials in storage in New Bedford that are awaiting deployment, and we were trying to get the permits in place before those deployments can occur, and they could occur as soon as a couple of months from now if we receive the funding that we're looking for. We're not proposing anything different in this permit. It's going to be the same proposal that we made the last time when we back in 2016 when we put materials on the Harwich Reef. And that's really the short and sweet of it. Did I miss anything, Amy?
I'll just add to it because some commission here wasn't here when we did it, so they know we have a reef, but they don't know kind of what's out there and the size and whatnot. So this is actually a brand new notice of intent, not an extension. We had to file a new, which is not a problem. Our fault that we didn't extend it. So this is a 10-acre site, approximately just over 2 miles off of Witchmere Harbor. It's in an area of about 30 feet of depth. When Mark dove the site it's really sand. It's somewhat just slipper shell essentially, and really no structure at all out there. So kind of devoid of life. So we got the permit in 2015 timeframe, and we're able to take a lot of the old high school
Harwich.
Harwich High School, and put it out there, the material that was free of other items. And DMF has a list of materials that you can use or you can't use. So we were able to put, I think we're able to fill 1 acre total out of that 10-acre area. I think we only filled 1/10 of what we were allowed. So now, thanks to Division of Marine Fisheries and Division of Ecological Restoration, who have been collecting all the granite from all the culvert replacement projects, they've already stockpiled it on the docks in New Bedford. It's waiting to go. And granite, unlike concrete, which is what our last deployment was, granite really won't degrade. So, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, you have about 1 acre's worth of granite, and you want to split it in between Harwich and Yarmouth. It'll be.
Can I share my screen, Amy?
Yeah.
This is a
We'll let you.
Google
Hold on.
Earth image.
There it is. There's the stuff.
Oh, that's the.
Yeah,
that's
this
the
is a
dock.
Google image of the Marine Commerce Terminal in New Bedford. There's that site is 1 acre squared, and it's 90% granite material and probably about 10% prefabricated concrete material, a couple of Jersey barriers, and a few other things that meet the criteria of our for our materials for this reef.
So the commission knows our reef isn't allowed to be any higher than 6 feet because of large boat, so it's not. And if you haven't checked out on YouTube, a few years ago when we did the initial deployment, Mark and his team did a series of dives over the first year and a half, and you can see the sequence of events of how quickly Marine has taken that. So it's pretty incredible to expand on it. So we're here
And I'll just
asking for
mention-
you to approve it.
I'll just mention one more thing. On the same day that the material was deployed back in March of 2016, we held a public hearing to designate that site as a recreational fishing only site. And it remains the only site in the state that is designated as recreational fishing only.
Nice.
And Mark is amazing in getting the material, but also in getting the funding for the project, so it's at no cost. That's the hope for the taxpayers, just like the last time.
A good idea. Absolutely.
So is this new material going on top in the same area as the old stuff?
It
Different?
will go within that 10-acre area, but to be determined, I think, site-specifically where exactly it's going, but not on top of.
Okay.
Correct, Mark?
Yeah, that's correct. We're going to target areas where there's lower density materials on the site. I think it's, if I remember correctly, the northern and western area of the permitted site is absent as much material as some of the other areas. So we'll target that area first.
So a question for you, Mark. What do you do? I mean,
Sure.
fish obviously they get out of the way if some piece of concrete's coming down from above. But what do you do with the invertebrates that are down there? Anything?
Well, we do have a time of year restriction for squid spawning in that area to avoid as much as we possibly can. The deployment is the most impactful part of the whole process. Initially, when we surveyed the area, we did a shellfish survey as well. We didn't find that many shellfish there, so I think we only found like 2 or 3 quahogs over 9 or 10 100-meter transect surveys. So
Yeah. I wouldn't imagine it's a prime lobster area or anything else in there, right?
don't see many lobsters there. We see an occasional conch, and this time of year we might run into a horseshoe crab or 2.
Okay. All right. So it's all time of year is critical to this, right?
For the
Yes.
squid, yeah.
Okay. Good. Yeah.
I mean, this area was selected for its barrenness.
Yeah. John, do you have any questions,
No question.
comments, Mark?
When does this actually take place, or when is it scheduled to take place?
Have a concrete schedule on it. We're waiting. We could receive the funding as soon as next week. We have an RFR right now that's out looking for contractors to move the materials from New Bedford to both the Harwich site and also some materials to the Yarmouth site. The goal would be to start, given there's a June 15th time of year restriction. It'll probably be after that, but it could be immediately after that. The location where these rocks are currently, the entire site is going to be leased to, I believe it's Vineyard Wind, and they need to make some modifications to the site prior to that lease taking place. So they're hoping to have the materials vacated from this as soon as possible.
What's the principal source of your, may I ask?
We don't really have any funding right now. We have gone to the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, which is the main agency that the Department of Fish and Game and the Division of Marine Fisheries fall under. We've made a request to them for funding for the deployment, and it's not clear to us yet what the funding cost will be until we receive bids on the project.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have many people show up for the onsite yesterday?
We companies show up yesterday in New Bedford to go through the bidders conference.
Great.
Could you speculate as how many to move?
I had some numbers and I don't have them with me. It was several thousand tons. I think there's
6 barges.
There's different ways to measure it. You know, we were measuring the bills of lading that came into the to the terminal site in cubic yards, and there's over 2,000 cubic yards of granite. 2,000 yards of granite does not equate similarly to 2,000 cubic yards of precast concrete from a weight perspective. So there's different things to factor in this case.
Thank you.
Stan, any questions?
Sure.
Well, good. So we need an approval on this?
It's
vote?
a notice of intent. Just
Can we have a motion?
I would move to accept the notice of intent.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thanks for sticking in, Mark.
Good luck for you, to you.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great night.
Look forward to
Thank
the
you, you
next
too.
deployment. Boat trip.
Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible vote on 2 violations. 4 Braddock Street.
Yep,
Amy,
Greg
you wanna-
Winston, this is for you, if you would unmute.
I'm here.
Wonderful. So, Mr. Winston owns 4 Braddock Street, the Winstead Inn, and we were made aware that snow fencing had remained up past the April 1st deadline as specified in the order of conditions. That, for beach maintenance permit. What was mostly is that this property and the one adjacent tend to be the desired nesting habitat for our beloved piping plovers. And the reason why we have an April 1st deadline is because around end of March, early April is when the plovers do arrive. And we're required by law, homeowners, the town, we're required by law to abide by certain practices. And we can't hinder the bird anyway, and the fencing, having the fencing still up and then taking the fencing down as you would want to operate your beach in the summer would potentially be disruptive for that. So, the fencing, and Greg will tell you why, and, you know, what their goal is, but the fencing wasn't removed until the early part of May. So that was concerning, and it had to be done under pretty close supervision from Mass Audubon. Greg and I were not able to meet yesterday, but we are planning on meeting tomorrow, because I want to try to help them find more creative solutions to managing their sand, because as Greg will tell you, the sand, they're very fortunate in that they get some accretion there, but a storm and wind can easily take things away. So, just so you do know, I did issue an initial $300 fine for it, because it took, a while to have things removed. That's up to the commission if you want to keep it or augment that fine schedule, but I'm hopeful to be able to cooperate well with Greg in the future with this. So, Greg, do you want to add anything to that?
Amy, you're a saint. You've really told the whole story. I think it's important. Am I being heard?
Yes, you are.
I'm really sorry. I just really heard some bad news, and I'm really sorry. But I want to say this. Yes, I am looking forward to walking with Amy along the beach and just showing Amy, because Amy and I have always had a good relationship, and I've always had a great relationship with the Conservation Commission. We're one of the fewest beaches, actually, stretches of beaches along Cape Cod or anywhere in southern New England that we can actually accrete sand during the winter season. So as long as I've owned the 4 Braddock Lane property, and my sister, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just getting a little feedback, so I wasn't sure. Actually, my sister used to own the property next door previously. But this is historic. The way that we maintain our beaches is to put up these beach fences, which are, I think they call them snow fences, but since it doesn't snow much anymore, we use them as beach fences. And anywhere you look, when you're looking at the coastline, you'll always see these fences. They retain wind and sand as sand is being blown, and they create dunes, and they basically they create accretion, and accretion is extremely important for us. So my problem is I don't have a problem at all in as much as I understand the state law, which says April 1st. I do argue that it's too early because we put up at least not until November. But if we take them down April 1st and we get a strong storm from the southwest or whatever, we will lose everything that we've accreted all winter long. So what we've done over the past 10 years, but even closer in the last 4 years, is to work very closely with the Audubon Society. I have good friends with Audubon, and they work with me, and we know exactly when and where the piping plover are thinking of nesting, because we know how they scratch, and we know how they think, and we know how they, honestly, it took me to get to be 70 years old to figure this out, but it's true. I thought these birds were stupid. I thought they were stupid because they in the middle of the beach. But they're not. I'll tell you, you cannot see a scratch where may be nesting and may have laid eggs. Usually they lay 4 eggs, and the last 3 years, every one of their eggs is hatched. And we work very closely with the Audubon Society to make sure that we are protecting the areas of our beach where the birds are nesting. It's also become really interesting for our guests and our families to understand the nature of the piping plover. And I can tell you, I haven't tasted it, but it doesn't taste like chicken, I don't think.
You were doing great. Doing good to that point.
No, but honestly, it's true. I really want to spend some time with Amy and walk the beach and show her what's happened to our section of beach. When you go all the way from Allen Harbor to Witchmere, and you see the accretion that we have, it's pretty amazing. It really is. And I've been on, as you well know, I've been listening to every other argument that has been before you this evening relative to docks and other, issues that are, you know, definitively important to our environment. But this, to me, is not anything negative. It's absolutely positive. And I want people to understand that what we're doing is absolutely to protect the beaches. And may I say, and Amy, no insult to you or the town, but how weird is it that extra heavy equipment can race up and down banks for beach and go over everything? But not my beach. I have to use, and I have to be very careful. So it's very, it's upsetting to me to think that we are doing something that's good for the environment, but the rule or the regulation is absolutely the antithesis of what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, in order for us to rake the beaches like we do, we have to actually hire somebody to be there, and especially to monitor the birds. So that's a little different. But I agree with you. I mean, to be honest, when I'm talking to conservation, not about the town. I think we rake a little too much, but that's the purview of the town, and we abide by what we have to abide by in order to accomplish what the town sees. So I'm happy we're having this conversation. I really hope to see you on the site tomorrow. It's supposed to be a beautiful day, and
Looking forward to it.
So my recommendation to the commission, I want to encourage a good dialogue. I would recommend that you let me work with Mr. Winston to find a better alternative. But if this happens again, the commission treat it where you have fencing up for numerous weeks after. I mean, we were very lucky to get the fencing out with no impact. But if it happens again where there's fencing up several weeks later, that the commission look harder at this. So that's what I would like. That's my recommendation to you. That you don't pursue.
So Amy, may I just ask you a question? Just for my own knowledge. Sure. I'm certain that there's a reason why the state has this law, and I'm assuming it's a state mandate.
Is the state.
And I would like to abide by it, but work with it and see if there's a way that we can mitigate it. I obviously, it's going to the federal government. You can't change the laws like you'd like to, but in our, it's not all about me, and it's not about my. As you've heard from many people tonight, and you have heard over a number of years how people want to encroach on the landscape that they own, shorefront, riverfront, lowland, everything. You've heard every argument that there is to be heard. I want to show you what happens when we accrete a beach and we build a beach, you know, and how I work and we work with the Audubon Society so that not one of those birds are endangered.
Well, I mean, in addition to my going out there tomorrow, in the future, because I know the people at Audubon, if you wanted to have them out there as well, I don't want you to run afoul, because, I mean, to be against the order of conditions is one thing. To have the state come down, you know, if this is a repeated thing year after year of keeping your fence up, I am worried that the state would really come down hard on you, and I don't want to see that happen either. So I would try to be cooperative. So, well, that's my recommendation, and the commission ask questions of you.
I clearly appreciate your cooperation. I just want to have an opportunity to explain my position. I'm not trying to build a swimming pool. I'm not trying to add on to my building. I'm not trying to do anything that's going to change the scape of Nantucket Sound at all. You know, I'm too old for that. I'm done. You know, I'm not putting art. I'm not Witchmere Harbor. I'm not Waukwauset. I'm just a little kid that grew here and was born in 1951. I'm just doing what I used to do. That's all.
Wayne, do you have any comments?
I think it's a good idea to let Amy and him work it out and come up with a game plan. I don't think we have to get involved all that much.
Okay. John?
Thanks, Wayne.
I'll hold my thoughts for the moment, thank you.
Okay. Mark?
I have no remarks.
Dan? Okay, my only comment would be that this is a state law. It's not something we can change, unfortunately. When did you find out the fence was not down?
I found out, well, probably, so I received an email from Greg on 4/13, so I think it was the week prior, so it was a few days.
Okay, so it was fairly
Yeah.
soon after the April 1st
1st,
deadline,
yeah.
which is good. I appreciate your reaching out to us when you didn't meet that deadline. Unfortunately, you made a comment that the state will come down on him. You know, they'll come down on us too. I
Well,
would
they
think.
could, so for saying that we're not upholding our orders of conditions on a permit.
Yeah,
So.
and especially one that violates, you know, a mandate by the state too. So I'm not, I don't alternative to it, to be truthful with you. I think April 1st is a hard deadline, regardless of how much sand you accrete. If the state's April 1st, then, you know, there's not much we can do about it. Write to your senator or whatever.
So, yeah, right, we can't change state law, but there is a way that we can maybe naturally attenuate sand a little bit better out there, putting up a fence. So I wanna walk the site with Greg tomorrow and see what he thinks,
Okay.
so.
I think that would be very helpful. And historically, you can sort of bring it back to the board that this isn't something that's brand new, and it's been for years and years. And a lot of what's happened in Nantucket Sound has the contour of the dunes and the shoreline has changed substantially, and particularly because of these fences that retain and hold the sand and build dunes. And there are options. I mean, you clearly, if you want to do a little study, we can go back a few years and you can look at what the town actually did. And I'm going to be honest with you. The town made some decisions that maybe the state wouldn't have approved of. But there was a group many years going back that was absolutely called the Harwich Bank Street Beach Bums, they call themselves. And they absolutely had a problem with sand dunes that were being built up along the shoreline. And the town of Harwich actually had to go along with the state and forcibly removed all the sand that was accreted in all of these dunes. When I was a child,
Well, let me
time ago,
just cut you off there. I mean, we need to move along because we have some other
That's
people
fine.
waiting.
That's fine. I just
waiting
want to
for
give you a little
this,
history.
Okay.
I want you to, I think Amy and I are on the right plane. I think we're doing very well together. I think we'll be able to walk through tomorrow and she'll have a much better understanding as to where I'm coming from. I'm willing to work with the town and the state if of course with the law.
All
But
right,
I think it's really important that.
We have one person here that hasn't had a chance to make comment. We could.
Please, I don't.
I'd just like to say that I'm actually not hearing from you your willingness to abide by the April 1 deadline. And so I just want to say that if I'm here next year on April 1st, I think we're going to come down hard next year because it is a state law and we're responsible for enforcing the state law. And what I'm hearing from you is you arguing that because you need to accrete sand, you should be able to ignore the state law. So I don't think the Conservation Commission is in a position where they can accept that argument. And I certainly don't accept that argument. So that's it. That's my point.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to say anything in opposition other than just to present the points that have already presented. And I think once Amy walks with me along the beach and others, other members of your board walk with us, maybe we can make a recommendation. Things that are going on, I mean, let's face it, Elizabeth Warren doesn't make all the decisions in the world, does she?
Okay, so Amy, do we need a motion on this?
No, you don't. Sorry, Greg. We have a gentleman here who's been waiting for a very long time. So I will look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I will call you ahead of time. And I'll be more than I want to hear the history of the beach bums. So
I'm looking forward to it. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we didn't have somebody else waiting, then, but we didn't.
Don't worry, it's no problem. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Alrighty, item on the agenda, another violation for 163 Sisson Road. And thank you for your patience.
No problem.
It's a longer meeting tonight than usual.
This is the owner of 163 Sisson. This is Chris Pons. And as a real brief introduction, I was made aware of some activity going on in the rear of the property. Contacted Chris, who welcomed me over, and there was a lot of clearing that had happened in the back of the property. Chris explained that he had looked on the Mass Mapper website, and which didn't show a wetland being close to his property. Our site, survey we have so differently, and I took a look, and we very obviously do have a wetland there. But I mean, I appreciate the step that you took to try to check that. But at this, I mean, now is your time, and we got this. I did distribute what you sent me.
Yeah, I apologize for not sending that a
You're
little
good.
earlier.
We got it. But I think I wanted to get it to them so that it's we can have a good conversation about what happened and what's going forward. So with that, I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, you want me to just read the narrative? I mean, it kind of captures everything.
Maybe give us the highlights.
Sure. So, we just bought the house on a road last July. So we kind of spent the summer there, kind of moving in, getting settled, and the yard at the time, as you'll see in the pictures, they're dated from July and August. A lot of overgrowth, a lot of the Japanese knotweed and other things, and it was just kind of an amalgam of different types of plants and knotweed all over the place. And so as it got to the fall, we started noticing some mice, rodents coming in, and those kind of brought up to us when we bought the place that there had been a little bit of a history of that, as well as heavy ticks and things of that nature. So what really was concerning is the knotweed was getting under the barn and starting to encroach on the main property. So I started out just kind of manually removing the knotweed, kind of by hand, catch a rainy day and start pulling out the rhizomes and just trying to clear the space around the barn and the house just to kind of prevent any damage there from that. So then flash forward to about the late fall time frame. A lot of the leaves died down. I could really see what was going on with the back of the yard. And so there were a number of downed trees. There was all sorts of brush, just trash all over. Looked like it kind of been years of accumulation. I found broken toilets, objects, metal, plastic containers of all sorts. So I just started kind of cleaning it up. And also, part of the concern was there was a lot of dried debris back there. So there was somewhat of a fire concern there that I was a little worried about. And also my dog would just, get in the back. There was really no kind of secured perimeter, kind of dilapidated fencing. So I kind of just started chipping away at it and just kind of continued through. And that was pretty much what I wanted to do, was just kind of clean up the yard, get rid of all the downed trees. It was about, I think, 12 to 15 trees that came down from I believe it was from the tornado a few years back. That's what the neighbor was telling me, and you can still see a lot of the remnants of the tornado back there. It was just with the trees that are down from behind. So ended up just kind of chipping away at it, cleaning the debris, cutting up the logs, hauling them out, and then just trying to smooth things out. There was a fence that was all around the perimeter, so I just replaced the fence with a split rail fence in the same footprint. And it was pretty much, where my head was at. I figured that, a lot of these different invasive coming back, so my thought was, you know what, let's just get some cover crop down, can work on managing that as they pop up, you know, be a little bit of a whack-a-mole for the next couple of years, but at least, you know, get the yard stabilized. So it was, you know, mid-April, you know, I got the call from Amy, and I was a little surprised to, you know, find out that there was a wetland back there. As Amy mentioned, you know, I had checked the GIS maps, you know, before even when I bought the property. I knew there was conservation trust back there, so even just doing regular due diligence, you know, I wanted to just check to see if there's wetland or anything like that, even before I bought the property, and nothing was there that I saw. And even during the process, it was probably by the end of December, I had actually some visibility into the backyard, and at the time, there was no evidence that I'm aware of, like there was nothing wet back there. And it was probably in the late January, February, you could start seeing some kind of pooling, but for someone who's not, you know, a conservation person, I think wetland, you know, pond, streams, something more significant. This was kind of like damp leaves, and over time, it got, you know, a little bit more water, and then you could now see kind of a pooling there. But so that's kind of, you know, what I was doing. You know, again, my intent was just kind of get it cleared, get some cover crop down, stabilize the yard, and then, you know, ultimately, you know, put some plantings, you know, my thought was actually do some natural stuff back there just for the sake of ease of maintenance and whatnot. But that's kind of what I was doing. So when Amy reached out to me, I was kind of surprised, and yeah.
Least favorite part of my job, just so you know.
Yeah, it's happens, so.
Did you use machinery in there at all? Did you have somebody come in with any kind of machine and
Yeah, so
do some grading and whatnot?
Yeah, so I actually rented the machines myself. So I rented so I actually borrowed a buddy of mine, his mini excavator, because I had to lift the trees. So I'd lift them up, hack them, and then I would have a little ATV with a wagon on the back. So I'd load them from the bottom and haul them up, and then my buddy would come with his trailer and haul them out, because you couldn't really get like a big kind of container back there to dump them. And then towards the end of the project, I rented a skid steer to try to kind of smooth things out. I had to get some fill to put around where the barn was, because I did some, you know, all the different rhizomes I pulled out from the knotweed. It was a lot of indentation and kind of a little unstable, so I wanted to kind of fill that in. But I didn't really do any kind of radical change of the space itself. Just
If you did it yourself, you did a good job. You've
Yeah,
both
you did.
Mark and I run machines all the time. We know.
That's a compliment.
I find
It's a shame. It does look good, but timing's not good.
So I did end up getting some ryegrass down.
Yeah, you had just seeded that when I came out, and which is what I would have told him to do anyway.
Yeah,
In the meantime.
and it's funny, I saw Lindsay here earlier, so I actually ended up selling him a table on Facebook in the middle of this process, and I was doing my research, and I just happened to talk to him, and he kind of gave me the tips about, you know, go with some ryegrass, and so trying to help me out a little bit, so.
How many yards of fill did you bring in?
And that was dispersed pretty much behind the barn and on the upper section.
Okay. So with your realtor, somebody, I mean, you're doing your due diligence by going on Mass Mapper. It's something that, I know we can't go to the past, but realtors or homeowners do is talk to our local departments here and see if you have an actual site plan on file. If you have a wetland or not, you know what your septic is, you know what everything is, and it was here.
Yeah, and that's where I miss it. I think when I was looking at the septic plan, the septic's in the front.
Yeah.
So it didn't dawn on me to be looking for wetlands in the back at the time. It just wasn't something I was looking at when I looked at the site plan.
I do believe you, and when you, the photos are helpful because I can't tell what was back, you know, now it is drastically changed. I couldn't tell what was back there. So this photo here, where I can clearly see, you have your existing berm up top, and that's essentially where this is, here. where that drops off, all of that, that's all Japanese knotweed in the back. So had you come in front of us asking to remove the knotweed, I think we would have had said, yes, please remove the knotweed. That is in favor, that it looks like all invasive back there. I'm a little concerned about any, so when you look at this plan, so what Chris and I found when we went out to the site, when you look at the site plan that I gave him, I think his wetland here is slightly vernal at this edge. The major wetland is in this area down here. Like you said, sometimes there's more water in it than others. When you purchased it, maybe in the late, and you wouldn't have known.
Yeah, I mean, I could
So,
barely see anything.
I think you do have an edge of a vernal pool, which is a really high habitat wetland, but I think the wetland edge, I think that whoever did this survey, surveying back is actually
I think it was like
10
2011.
years, yeah, in 2011. They actually put the 100-foot buffer right at the back of his house. And when I went out there with him and I looked at the vegetation and I looked at the standing water, the wetland, actually where my new line is, and this is approximate, it's, the wetland is, the 100-foot is actually probably 25 feet different from his house. So really what we paced out, this photo, this hillside, which is this hillside, right?
Yep.
Approximately. This is the 100-foot buffer. Somewhere on that hillside-ish. So if you brought in, I did notice at the edge of your wetland there, and we spoke about it, it looked like you had pushed a little bit of fill to the wetland. So my first recommendation to the board is that you peel that back a little. And I'll go out there with you. If there was fill added, our critical zone is the 50-foot, what's called the no disturb zone. So while we may have let you we would have let you clear the knotweed there, we would not have probably let you put any fill in there. So if there was fill closer to that wetland, and you can tell me, I mean, we can probably have to have some of that removed.
Okay.
Was there fill closer to the bottom?
So the fill that I put in was on that upper half.
Good.
So, can I ask,
Sure.
what is the documentation of where the wetland is? Is it just this survey? Is that the
That's the only thing that we have.
Well, it seems to me that part of what has to happen here is we have to have a current assessment of where the wetland boundary is. I mean, you're just sticking your finger in the land.
Oh, you got it right there on the plan.
No, but it's not right.
But
It's
Amy
not
is
accurate.
saying-
You don't think that's accurate?
No, I think it's about 25 feet off. I think it's pretty far off, because I think this edge, this wetland is vernal at this point.
Off his property then. 'Cause that looks-
Maybe? I don't know, no, I don't think is your property line a straight line at the bottom? It's not, right?
It's
Or is
it's
it?
flat.
Oh.
So there are property markers there that are inside, like, they're not in the pool, I guess, if that's what you're trying to
Yeah.
figure out. And then the fence is inside of those
Okay.
property markers, about 5 or 10 feet.
I think you're right. I do think John's right. I think we need a more accurate plan, because my recommendation is that you revegetate naturally at least the first 50 feet, because that's what we would have required if you had done it with a permit. We would have required a natural revegetation, but we don't know exactly where that 50 is. I mean, unless the commission, so we can either have a survey, or I would be happy to, I mean, it's not a survey, but if I was to actually physically mark out, use it, measure myself, do an arc, where that 50 is, I'm fine with doing that.
I think that's
It's up to the commission, but we would want, my recommendation is that you take the fence that you put in, even though you said you replaced old fencing, that you move that fencing at least to the 50-foot line and plant behind that. That way you prevent future encroachment there. So, and I'm willing to help you in terms of, instead of getting a surveyor, if the commission is okay with that, having me mark out your 50.
Okay.
Good solution, as far as I'm
And then
concerned.
you will need a planting plan, which I can make suggestions on.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what this, you know, I mean, I was planning on along those
That's where
lines.
you were saying, is
Yeah.
you were planning on revegetating naturally anyway. We don't do this for everybody, but you've been very workable, and I think, now, I mean, it's getting to be later in the planting season, so I think finding that 50, moving the fence, and then focusing on creating a planting plan in the next month or two, and planting in the is, recommendation, but the board can.
Sounds fair to me.
Let me ask, would it be possible to, so when I think about putting the plantings back there, I guess one of the concern is that the invasive species just overtake it, right?
Part of the approval could be management of any invasives, so I think this is gonna be
I guess where I was going with that was, if I could plant things interior to the fence, it would of those species much easier, more, because it's more accessible for me. Able to get in there easier and kind of,
Can't be in the 50.
fence can't, it's a structure, we wouldn't allow.
even if it was pre-existing.
Really, no. No, I mean, we're redoing that whole area now with the disturbances that
What type of
occurred.
fence was back there? Was it,
It was like it was part wood, then there was a lot of, hog wire fence with the stakes and,
So you essentially
didn't
took
pick
that
the
down
same
and put up new fencing, right?
yeah, in the same
Yeah.
spot, I mean,
So, yeah, you gotta pull that out of the 50.
okay.
it's right up to the edge of the wetlands places too, you're right on it.
So I think your plan is right, that first thing is to identify where the 50. Second thing is move the fence out to at least the 50. Actually, it could be right on the 50. And come up with a planning plan.
So can I ask, how were the invasives removed?
With chainsaws and, I use the, get to, rip some of the stuff out and just brute force.
Are you seeing regrowth in that knotweed? I think when I was out there, I saw tiny little
Yeah.
baby knotweeds.
I mean, I'm starting to see them pop up now, so it's whack-a-mole. Yeah, so right now, it's kind of nice because, I can see where they are and I can dig up the rhizomes and get them out of there, but crazy. You got rhizomes sitting in a bucket. You can probably see in one of those pictures, and they're growing out of the bucket.
They're still, I try to get rid of it at my property, and every year I get another couple stalks. So I feel like.
Did you truck any of those Japanese knotweed rhizomes off the property?
Yeah, everything, all that was
Where
trucked
did you
off.
take it?
I think it was either S&J or,
Did you tell them when you brought it in there that that's what it
I
was?
didn't bring it myself. I had one of my landscapers come and pick it up and take it away.
That's the last thing those guys want, is to have their sand pit, their loam pit invade, that
Yeah.
stuff all over it. Oh, good God.
So I'm a fan of making some timeline deadlines, so we have something to work with.
Mm-hmm.
In the next 2 weeks, I'd like to come back out to the property, and I will arc where that 50 is. And then probably a month after that to give you
Where we dump that stuff.
that to move the fence. And then, so let's see. I gotta write myself notes, since it's getting late. 2 weeks, wetland, plus a month, fence. Sorry, I have to look at my calendar for sure. Can't believe it's already almost June.
So let me ask, specific to the timing on the fence, do we have any flexibility to maybe stretch it out getting married in June, and it's summer season, and my brother and I own a couple restaurants, and
So, I mean, keep in mind, this
Rains
was,
it pours,
Yeah.
let's see what happens, but keep in mind, this was kind of a no-no.
yeah, no, I
That got us here,
appreciate
so,
that.
you know, leeway in terms of, so I'm thinking 2 weeks of the wetland, a month past that, the fence, roughly.
Good, yeah.
And then that, honestly, that's gonna get you through June.
Yeah,
And
'cause
then-
realistically, I over the course of like 6 months,
Yeah,
and if I gotta do, I'm not gonna be able to do this by myself, and fencing
Yeah.
companies are out till like November at this point, and it's tough to get anybody to do anything. That's why I say that, not because I'm trying to delay, it's just.
yeah. Well, you know, if you prove that you're, you know, working on compliance, then it helps us to be lenient.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a finalized planting plan by August 1st to present to the board. And then we can set you up for planting in September.
Okay, and we can talk about the planting plan when you
Yep,
come out?
I will bring you a list of our natives. And I just so happen to be an amateur landscape designer. But, sorry. But, yeah, I'll bring our native plants and I would make recommendations to you and you will have some say in.
Okay.
Okay?
Is there guidelines on how many per square footage?
All that for you. We have a whole, how many feet on center, what goes with what likes to live with each other, what conditions.
Are you gonna be specific with the conversation with them out there about taking any cover material that's been pushed out there back to try to get back to the
If
natural
there
territory?
was fill in the 50, I would, yeah, especially if there's a little bit that I can see when you move things around, a little bit got pushed in. That doesn't, literally a couple guys in shovels could probably deal with that, because that's pretty small.
Yeah,
At the edge of wetland, but if there was, if you're saying that the 200 yards, and there's a big grade change now up top for you.
yeah, you'll see that in the lower section, the disturbance is really just kind of shaping what was already there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, when you see, I mean, you'd have to kind of see it in person, but
No, I will.
you can definitely
not-
tell where the
Can you
fill
do me a
is. up there.
favor and not, between now and when I come out there, can you not, I mean, it's being seeded, can you not touch it? Because I want to see what naturally is coming up besides the knotweed in the grass
Yeah, that's
towards
fine.
the bottom. Because that will also tell me about if there was any fill or not.
Yeah.
All right, how do we feel?
I'm fine, I mean,
You're okay with our timeline for now?
I am.
Yep.
Okay. I will be in touch with you hopefully tomorrow via email about setting up on-site time.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you for coming in.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Patience. Next, item, our order of conditions, Amy?
Let me just put this away so I don't lose it. So here's the point where we should be, when we make a motion to approve an order of conditions, say, to approve the order of conditions and close the hearing. We should be starting to do that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, all right.
What that does is it gives us, so technically, you have 21 days to issue a permit after the closing of a hearing. But we have trouble with court sometimes because they're like, some people argue that we closed the hearing when we voted on the project, like we did tonight on some, and some argue, and I argue that we don't close the hearing until tonight. And I just don't want to, let's just fix that. Okay. Stuff that I worry about, you don't have to. So, which mirror?
So let me ask you though, if the hearing is still open, should we have notified the applicants that it's being
We do.
closed tonight?
We did. We notified them of this.
Oh, okay.
We
So
tell them it's really for the
they had
purpose
the
of
option
order
to
of
attend
conditions. They
tonight.
do. They always do, yeah. They all get notification.
All
So 23 Snow Inn Road here. so this was approved back a year ago when the permit, never went out the door. So this is an after the fact. I recreated and the work has been done, because they got the approval, they just never got paperwork. I put the conditions that I thought we would have had on there.
So there's still a typo in the expiration date.
Oh. Oh, yes, there is. Jeez, can I get
What is
that
that
right?
supposed to be?
2024. 2024, not
I see, okay.
20,204. Thank you for that. It's a really long permit.
Shall I make a motion?
Please.
So I move to approve the order of conditions and close the hearing for 23 Snow Inn Road.
Can we have a second, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 280 Bank Street.
This is the pool and walkway. Let me make sure I don't have the dates wrong. Okay, the dates are good. After a lot of kicking this around, I think we came to something we all liked for this one.
So the expiration date on these, I mean, some are 24 and some are 25.
Right, so 24 was because we approved it last year, and it's a 3-year permit, so 21 to 24. This is 25, because it's 2022 now.
We just approved it this year. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
I'll move to approve the order of conditions for Street.
Second.
I got a question with number 4, though. So any pool spa water taken off-site at any time shall be pumped into a truck and disposed of properly off-site, not in any wetlands or buffer zones. Why don't we just say any pool or water taken or drawn down from the pool, any water drawn down from the spa shall be pumped into a truck? Because, I mean, so what if they don't want to take it off-site? They just pump it into the wetland
Oh,
behind
that's a
the
good
house.
point. That should be drawn down.
Yeah. Does this mention the generator being moved too, or do we don't need?
Well,
to-
the new site plan shows where it's going.
Okay.
So if the order doesn't specifically state it, then the site plan does.
Okay.
So I amend my motion to include Ernie's correction.
That's a good point.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
One we have here is 27 7th Street.
This is really just the septic and the generator, because the garage is actually outside our jurisdiction.
Oh, that's right. Yes, this was the simple one. This is really a slam dunk.
Okay, I'm not in a hurry or anything, but I move
I am.
that we approve the order of conditions for 27 7th Street.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries. Approved. Now, for Braddock, OOC, why is this in a different format, Amy?
For Braddock. Where's Fort Braddock?
It's up above these other ones.
That's great. That's the violation.
Oh.
It's for Braddock. We're on 14 Sequata.
14
For
Sequoia.
Braddock, order of conditions.
It's an old order of conditions.
Oh, is that why it's in here? Because of the,
Oh, yeah, I wanted you to be able to see it.
okay, I saw OOC. and I
Sorry if
thought
it's not
automatically
ordered
we
right.
had
I had to get it right, but
to approve something. So 14
That was a lot.
Sequatum Road is the only other one we've got.
the dock.
Okay, I'm going to move that we approve the order of conditions for 14 Sequatum Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. I filed a request for a certificate of compliance, 754 Route 28, and they withdrawn their request.
Yeah, but I don't think we should let it be that simple, because they're not in compliance and they haven't been for many months. So a simple withdrawal doesn't accomplish getting them back into compliance. So this is the patio furniture place, kind of across from Sacratucket. So they applied and were denied back in 2004 a certificate of compliance because items were not in compliance. Roof runoff was not in dry wells or downspouts. A section of paved driveways to be removed, and no debris was to be stored. So the existing conditions plan from 2021 and the approved 2000 plan were in our Dropbox. Melissa did this visit. The dry wells and downspouts and dry wells have been in, but the gravel lot that was to be turf or geotex is there and looks like it has been added to. The fencing has been added behind it and to the side of the garage and this is riverfront area and partially within the 100-foot. No debris is being stored behind the garage, but some boxes and boats are being kept in a shelled area that's possibly new behind the garage. There's also 4 tents in there every year. So I'm recommending that we give them, most of the stuff is easy to fix.
Have they created violations?
I would say we give them until July. I mean, technically it's in violation of an old order that's not active anymore. My thought is we give them to July 1st to fix things. If they don't, then we pursue the violation.
Okay. You need a motion on that?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes, please, motion.
Can we have I make a motion to extend the,
No, it'd be to issue an enforcement order to get back into compliance by July 1.
make a motion that we issue an enforcement order for the property at 754 Route 28, map 24, parcel S1, to get back into compliance by August 1st?
July 1.
July 1.
They can come for
2022.
more time, but I'd actually like to see them to come forward.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Now we have sets of minutes, I believe,
So
right?
let's bust through them. Because according to Melissa, we got a lot of filing for next meeting, so I haven't had a chance to look yet.
I just had 2 comments. I'll pass them down to you.
Do you want to mention what they are for the record, just real quick?
Sure.
Or if they're
On
just
the-
typos, essentially?
On the hearing for March 4th, on page 2, in the paragraph in the middle of that paragraph, there's a sentence that states, Mr. Monroe went on to explain that the permit that would apply for through the Army
Yeah,
Corps
okay, I got it.
has to be fixed.
Yep.
And then on the following, the heading for Christian Davenport 0 Old Campground Road is,
Oh, double.
oh, that's an ANSI, but that, I take it back, that's not a change.
Okay, that
One
one.
more. Under Elizabeth Dolan, 3 Lincoln Ave, the first paragraph, the
Okay.
last sentence.
Okay. First paragraph, last sentence.
Yeah, they talked about more restoration in her eyes and recommended that they swap out a few shrubs for bayberry, but she stated that, stated that, she stated that she thought the proposal was a good mix of grasses and shrubs.
Okay,
Did you get that? Sorry.
I got it.
There, good. Pass that down to her. And then on the minutes for March 2nd, there was only one change I noticed on page 5 in the second paragraph.
Page 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep.
There's a sentence that says, right in the middle, says, as public safety issue stating that there are only 55 days over the course of the year when hunting is, and you have to take out the not permitted.
Hunting is not permitted where?
Is permitted, no, it is permitted.
It is permitted.
Oh.
Should read is permitted.
I would make a motion to approve these minutes, except we don't have a form.
Oh, we do. We have 3.
Well, I could be right back. He's
Have
in
to
have
the men's room.
Yeah, right. Just saying, I was gonna wait till we got
Oh, I
back,
got
that's
you.
all.
Yeah, thank you.
Just so you folks know, I think Alan's father passed away tonight.
Oh,
That's why he had to leave.
So is that, well,
oh my gosh.
Yeah. He's been sick for a long, long time, but
Can you do me a favor and let us know?
yeah, I will. I will, definitely. Yeah, we should give him a card or something.
Well,
It wasn't
yeah,
unexpected.
Definitely.
well, not just that, but
Yeah, I will.
services, whatever.
Yeah.
Shame still.
Did we adjourn?
No, we
he
need
does a
you- we
motion
needed
to
you
approve
for a
the
quorum.
Minutes for March 2nd and March 4th with changes. And it's been seconded?
I'll second, yeah.
Seconded, all in favor?
I can do that.
We can adjourn now if you want.
And with that, can we have a motion to
I
adjourn?
move that we adjourn.
I'll second that one.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.